Hello everybody, give me a second, I know you're just dying to see me. But I need to set the mood. And I'm not quite done. I had this idea a little bit late, so... You know me. Always one for theatrics. Hi. Good evening. Because it is evening. It's evening. And we all know it. Hello. It's me. Your guy. How are you today? Are you good? Arm looks unnaturally long. Wow, I don't recall asking. That's so cool, Quagga. Let me just bring that. Down. Right. Okay, now it's not moving. Let me just unnaturally long, he says. Okay, sure, now that's natural. Oh, now that looks very natural. Oh, there you go. Hey, it's you! Nanomil, I saw you were playing Elden Ring today. What are you doing these days? Hi. Oh fuck. I didn't change the stream stuff at all. Elden Ring hard. It's a little difficult. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's easy, but hey, Fish was able to beat it, which means anyone can. Okay, so obviously by the state of the stream, immediately you can tell that I'm not doing great. I'm very excited. What's the word? Not excited. Exhausted. Today's steamy. Yeah, I'm very tired. I'm very out of it. I didn't have an idea for what to do today. I didn't change the stream info at all. My arms are unnaturally long. So... I thought you had a Steam asset? Oh no. I thought you were gonna do Steam cleanup. No, I said I might do that. That gives me leeway to not do that. Can you read me a bedtime story? Sure thing. Thought you would place your unnaturally long arm at your crotch. Now you got a plan. Let's see. It's good to see you, Nana. Nana Raid, yes. It's very good to see you. Let's play together soon? Yeah, I would love to. You're one of the few people who can successfully bounce right off me, so... It's called a third leg, not a third arm. I'm trying to look for, like, bedtime stories, but I can't find any. They're all... I searched, like, bedtime story, and then they're all really, like, edgy Reddit posts that are like, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall, Humpty Dumpty fell and died. It's fucked up. It's like, okay, awesome. Let's look around AO3. Oh my god. Reading fanfiction is... Well, reading saucy fanfiction is not allowed. It's against TOS. I've done that before. Well, I've looked into it before. Because we were supposed to do the stream where I had, like, a wheel of concepts and names of my friends, and I would write fanfiction about them. And I realized that the fanfiction stream was against TOS. So... Can't make your friends fuck. I found you on Catliente's stream. Oh! Thank you! I didn't even break past top 100, but thanks. It's nice to see you. Let me change the lighting. It feels weird to have it this color. That's a little cozier, right? Ooh. Oh yeah, that's the one. Okay. I liked your intro video, thank you. You gotta write around the TOS. Is that your mouse? Yeah. It's an Undertale heart. From sex lighting to house fire lighting. Excuse you. Felt like your crown would match. Is that good? Is this too much? Is it a little much? I'm very tired today, so I wanted to take it easy and read something. I've talked about this before. But a lot of people don't like the reading streams. So. Broy Lee, nice to see you. Oh, you can send in the Minecraft emote to get a chance to get the Minecraft badge for your Twitch. That's cool. Looking sexy all of a sudden. Think it's the glasses. You're really into these, huh? Are we reading the terms of service? Oh my god. So I'm on a website called Dream Little Star. And there's a section for bedtime stories for adults. And all of the cover art for every story is AI art. Every single one. Bruh. Yeah, oh. Yeah, I know, right? Bug! Thank you so much. Oh, these are so bad. Guess who got paid? Oh, you know what? Actually, I have some legally acquired PDFs downloaded. To which I can read to you today. Where is Friday Black? Because I've been meaning to read that. Friday Black. Ooh. Where the hell is it? I also have, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Fantastic story, though one I've never read in its entirety. So, hope this is okay with you for today, because Daddy is very, very tired, and he's really working hard to provide for you right now. So the most I can ask is that you don't complain about what we're doing today. Yeah, legally acquired, so. Where the fuck is it? It's all like tax forms. I didn't know I had so many tax forms. Ayo Pops, why do I need to do a complaint? No, I'm saying don't complain. I know some of you want me to play a game and be fun, but I refuse to do both of those things. I am a hard-ass, no fun, Professor Fun Killer today. I will be your teacher in Literature 103. Now can someone tell me what the hell is up with Atticus Finch? Too bad, I'm a tired child. I'm a tired chid. Get owned, Pops. He's got the right idea. What is he saying? What did he say? What did he even say there? I can't find it. It's all tax forms. What the fuck? It's all tax forms. Where's Friday Black? Atticus Finch is actually just your reflection of strife refracted by the misery of man. You can't just pull up a thesaurus and think you're gonna pass this class. I found it. I found it. Hi, hello, Jojo. Would you like a change of music? Saint, hello. Hi, Vane. Nice to see you. Your mom pulled up my penis and passed my sex. Now, when you say hurtful words like that, I might cry. Do it. Any Japanese listeners will understand what I just said as an affront to man. What was that one? Let's do some horny stuff. I'll teach you Japanese. I'm gonna have a good stream. Okay. Good night, buddy. Thank you for coming in. I went to the dentist and I told them I had some cement left for my braces and they scraped it off so hard the first layer of my tooth is gone in one spot. Holy fuck. Let me just move my setup to make this easier on me. I'll lurk, yes. Enjoy. Thank you. Howdy, Ball. Hi. What did you miss? Not a lot. Just me explaining that we're doing this today instead of anything else. 'Cause I'm really tired. I woke up pretty gassy, pretty dizzy. My body hurts because I twerked so hard yesterday. So, I'm sorry. Sleep stream. No, I'm just gonna read you a story. I wonder if this music fits it. Whatever. So, how are you holding the book like that? Isn't that your left hand, not your right? What are you talking about? When you hold your hand up, your thumb is this way. Try it right now. I don't understand what you're saying. Silly Brad. Dad left a snarky comment while I was cooking, now I'm mad sad. Well, I think at this point you have to stop treating your father like a person. You have to treat him like a machine who only knows how to say a couple things. Dunno, it looks weird for some reason. I don't know, maybe my arm is unusually long. Any other complaints I'll have to deal with? I'm kind of not in the mood to take any. But go on, go ahead. Let me just fix the stream title. There we go. That's better. What's your wingspan? I don't think anyone's ever asked me that because I've never played sports. I don't know how to measure this. So, what are we reading? So, I have a book called Friday Black by Nana Kwame Ajayi Brenya. Very unique name. And it's a book of short stories. And in it is a story called Through the Flash, which Jacob Geller talked about in one of his video essays. And it sounded really, really interesting. So, it's the length of your arms when you stand in a T-pose. I know what that means. I can interpolate, but I'm saying no one's ever asked me that. And I don't know how to measure this. If I stretch my arms out. How's the volume of everything? Is the volume of the music fine compared to the volume of my voice? My beautiful voice has charmed millions across the world, as evidenced by the millions of people here. You stand in a T-pose and have someone measure. Well, I can't do that myself, can I? Okay. So, this is a short story called Through the Flash. You're safe. You're protected. Continue contributing to the efforts by living happily, says the soft voice of the drone bird, hovering only a few feet from my window. And it has been for the last forever. Since I'm the new me, I don't think about killing anybody anymore. Still, I like to touch the knife underneath my pillow. Outside, a blue sky sits on top of everything. And I try to think about it like this. Aren't we lucky to have our sky? Isn't it an eternal blue blessing? Even though seeing it makes me feel a little crushed a little. Because whoever's on the other side of time has no idea how tired we are of the same thing. I get up and I brush my teeth. It's the little things. Then I look in the mirror and say, you are supreme and infinite. Actually tone down the music a notch. I did ask multiple times and no one said anything, so... Maybe I'll put the book over here, actually. So it looks like I'm reading from it. I mean, I am reading from it. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of crabby today, so... If I give you shit, and like you're upset, just tell me. I feel immediately bad when someone's like, Saint, that hurt my feelings. So, I'm just a little crabby today, because I feel like shit, my body hurts, and I'm tired, okay? So, that's why I wanted to do something like this. I look in the mirror, and I say, you are supreme and infinite. I take my headscarf off and let my hair breathe. I spritz and moisturize and finger comb. The little things, you know. After I'm dressed, I snap on a gray fanny pack and put my mom's knife in it. I jump out my window to a tree branch, then across to the Kwan family's roof, and then onto Mrs. Nigel's roof. Nigel? Nagel. Maybe Nagel. Mrs. Nagel's roof. I slip in through her window, and her house smells like cinnamon and old people, as usual and as always. In her kitchen, I boil the water for her tea. The kettle whistles. I make Mrs. Nagel's favorite, elderflower and honey. I put the mug on beside and watch her sleep uncomfortably. Her nose is stuffy, so she wheezes like an old truck. "Hey, Mrs. Nagel?" I say as gently as I can. "Hey." She squirms in the bed a little, then opens her eyes. She sees me, and I like how she isn't terrified. She almost smiles even. "Thanks, Emma, I appreciate it," she says. I pick a box of tissues off the floor and give them to her. "No problem, Mrs. Nagel. Have a good one. Remember, your existence is supreme." "Uh-huh," Mrs. Nagel says. Then she blows her nose. I smile at Mrs. Nagel before I slip out of her window and leap back home the way I came. Inside, I pass my little brother's room. He's awake in his bed. I can tell by the sound of his breathing. His sheets have trains all over them. "Hey, Ike," I say. That's short for Ikena. "Emma, please," Ike asks in his whiny voice. He wants me to end his day. He wants me to kill him. He didn't used to be like this. He was 6 when the flash hit, so his body can't do all the things he wishes it could. He still has a small peanut head and cheeks you want to pinch, but I don't pinch. He hates his cheek pinches now. That's another thing I have to think about as I'm being my new self. I'm 14 forever, and I can do more than anyone. I am blessed. But Ike's blessed in his own way. "Emma, god damn it. Just do it for me, please," he says. Did I come into some sexy-ass shit, or am I horribly mistaken? You are horribly mistaken. Why? It's a great day outside, I joke. I've made that joke more times than... well, I've made it a lot of times. "Do you hate me?" Ike asks. You must truly hate me to deny me this. No matter how much he's crammed in his head, when I see him, I still see my kid brother. Ike's one of the ones you can't do it by themselves. He's a softie. I'll start to hate everything. I don't know the music. What are you talking about? Are you here to complain? Go on then. I love you, I say. Ike screams a bunch of bad words, but still, I won't kill him. Because even the older me never did that. Not him. He doesn't leave his room much anymore. I let him be and go to the kitchen. Oh. Oops, clicked the wrong button. Good evening, everyone. Hope your nights are as smooth as a glass of Jack Daniels on the rocks. That doesn't sound very smooth. Hi. Hello, Daddy, I say in a singing voice that sometimes makes him smile. My father is in his old man slippers and his pajama pants. He's fidgeting, swaying like always. He can't be ever still. He's getting ready to cook something. Am I nervous around him? Yes, but I try not to be. Now that I'm the new me, I try to be appreciative. Appreciative and definitely not afraid. Because if I get afraid, I get angry. And if I get too angry, I might go back to the old me and be just like Carl on Kennedy, who is a monster, a war god, a breaker of men and women and children. Morning, Ginger Root, he says. Then he turns to me, and he's holding the knife he uses to cut meat. Daddy, I say. Then he slashes at me with the butcher knife. I have enough time to think some real thoughts as his arm moves to my neck. I could open my pack, grab Mom's knife before Dad's blade reaches me. But I don't. Instead, I think, when will this ever stop? He's quicker than most people, but I'm faster than anyone. Way faster. What's the story about? Okay, so if you haven't caught on yet, because of all the subtle clues here and there, these people are stuck in a time loop. And it seems her entire town, or at least her entire neighborhood, is stuck inside of a time loop. And they hate it in there. I think, when will this ever stop? He's quicker than most people, but I'm faster than everyone. Way faster. Much more lethal when I wanna be. The old me would make him suffer greatly. Instead, I try to say, Daddy, again, but can't. Well, not, with my gashed up neck and all. So I bleed out, watching him watch me die. And then I die. I'm in a gym now. Still in my jersey. Sweaty and upset. I feel a strong hand on my head. My face is crammed into her stomach. I can smell her along with the pine wood and dust of the Rampo middle school gym. I can feel her. My mother rubs my neck, and she says, "It's okay." Then pushes me off to the locker room where my team is waiting. My dumbass thought they're ageless. You are safe. You are protected. Continue contributing to the efforts by living happily. I wake up. I look around and try to decide if what I think just happened really happened. I decide it did. I had a dream. I saw my mother in my dream. That's new. New things never happen anymore. There are no dreams except the ones you had the morning of the flash. I haven't had a dream in forever. And still, I saw my mother. She was really there, with me. I want to see her again. I want to feel her again. I pull out my knife. Her knife. I stare at the blade. And I tell myself, it's only one time. It's only this one time. And then never again. So I drag the knife through my arm. I bleed and I bleed. Then I go. No dream. No mom. Regular. You are safe. You are protected. Continue contributing to the efforts by living happily. I wake up in the usual, blue sky, in bed, knowing everything will be the same. But still, after my father killed me, I saw something I've never seen before. I dreamed a dream. That never happens. It wasn't there the next time, but still, I saw her. I jump out of bed. Ike, I say, running up to his room. What? He groans. You gonna help me or not? I'm not gonna kill you, I say. But something happened. He knows me as well as anybody. Everybody knows everyone very well. We've all been together in the loop longer than any people remember. But Ike knows me best. He gets out of bed and sits cross-legged on the floor. That's how he sits when he's thinking for real. That's how he sits. That's how he sits when he cares. What happened? He asks. And now he sounds like the old Ike. I had a dream, I say. So? I mean, I dreamed through the flash. I didn't wake up, then take a nap and dream. I saw it before I came back. That's never happened before. Are you sure? He asks. He grabs a little flip notepad with Purple Pig on the cover, and a crayon. Purple Pig. With a purple pig. What did you see? He says, and he starts scribbling. Nothing he writes will last through the flash. Everything goes back to how it was the day the bomb dropped. But writing in it helps him think. Well, I saw Mom. Ike gets up, takes a breath, and then sits down. Emma, tell me what you saw exactly. I was with Mom. At Ramapo. I think it was just after the first game of the year. We'd lost, I guess. Even though in real life, I think we won. All this was before. You probably can't remember. But she hugged me. And it made me feel better. I do remember. Ike says like I hurt his feelings. Is this an anomaly? I ask finally. Hello. An Albert Einstein quote. Nice to see you. We're just reading today because I'm not me today. Beep beep. I'm gonna take a drink. Hope that's okay. Maybe I should have the title somewhere. I feel like that would be appropriate. Oh, thanks for the stretch, darling. Okay, there it is. Through the flash. Okay. 72 should be fine. Arial bold seems kind of boring, but... Ooh, can I change the font? Backenschrift. There we go. Now it's slightly fancier. Is that fine? I'll move it a bit. It feels wrong up there. Oh yeah, don't forget to send those emojis in for the chance to get a free Minecraft Twitch badge. There we go. Maybe up there. Ike's crayon dances the words down. Perhaps, he says. He bites his lip. I wish I could share the dream better for him. I knew he'd give anything to see Mom that way. Emma, my father calls, and my hands move towards where my fanny pack would be, but I'm still in my sleep shorts. Sweetie? He says. He's in my room. He knows how good I am at hiding. How I might be anywhere. I don't want to die yet. I'll be the old me if I have to be. What do you want to do? I ask Ike while creeping towards the door out of the room. we'll definitely do something. That's already the best because he hasn't wanted to do anything in a long time. Just let me think a little. Hello, Dav. Nice to see you. Okay. I'm going to see Daddy. I say to warm him up. Okay. I'm going to see Daddy. I say to warn him. Bleh. I say to warn him it might get bad. It's unlikely he'll be aggressive, Ike says without looking up from his notebook. He'll want to apologize to you, I think. Daddy, I say. He's standing in his shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops. He has a stack of pancakes and juice on a tray in his hands. He always makes pancakes, which are my favorite. Or crepes and omelets the cycle after he kills me. No matter how used you are... What? No matter how used to it you are to getting a knife whipped through your neck, or punched in the eye, or in the chest over and over again, it hurts still. It's much better to end a cycle with the Flash, which doesn't hurt at all. Plus, you never know for sure that the Flash is even coming, even though it always, always does. And wouldn't that be a shame if your own father already had killed you the day the loop broke, and you actually would have had it tomorrow? That's how the loop affects him. He's basically a sad monster half the time. The other time, he's my daddy. I truly love him either way. After he kills me, when the cycle restarts, he feels guilty. You'd think he'd eventually feel so guilty that he'd stop doing it. One day, he'll be better, I hope. I know. The new me lets him do it most of the time. The old me made it a mission to end him way, way before the horn came. But I'm the new me, and I'm trying to make him better. Ooh, need to change positions a little. He wasn't always like this. He only kills me because I remind him of Mommy. Sometimes he says her name while he does it. Glory, glory, glory. That's the sound of him killing me most times. Mom killed herself with her knife. It's my knife now. If she'd waited 2 months, she would have been here forever. There aren't enough words for forever. Wow, this loop just gets more depressing. I know, right? When he's standing there holding pancakes and trying to be better, I love him. It's not even that hard. Thanks, Daddy, I say as I walk towards the bed and Mom's knife. I don't tell him about the dream because I don't know how it'll make him act. If he's having a good day, I like to leave it alone. He puts the tray on my bed. How are you feeling? He asks. He knows I can cut him to pieces. I feel infinite and excited and ready to do everything and anything. I say. I give him a hug. Great. I'm thinking maybe we watch the day end. Together? You know, on the wall. Deaf, I say. We don't talk about him cutting my neck open. He never apologizes with words, but he's always trying his best. Okay, Mama Ama, he says. Then he touches the tray again. To tease me, he genuflects before he leaves the room and walks back downstairs. I don't know what that word means. Genuflects? When he's down there, he sits on the kitchen with the wobbly chair, he sits on the kitchen chair with the wobbly leg, and he starts to cry. I'm really good at telling where people are. I can almost see them just by paying attention to the sounds of the house. My senses are a blessing. I take my tray of pancakes back to Ike's room. He's dressed in sneakers that light up when he steps, and a blue t-shirt with a cloud that has a smiling face. I think this might be a legitimate anomaly, Ama, Ike says. I want you to be sure, though, was it a dream sustained before you restarted the loop? Not something you thought of once you woke up? I look at Ike all dressed up. Yes, I say. I'm almost sure. It didn't happen all at once. It was forever ago. I realized Ike was speaking like an adult. That was the first thing I noticed. That was the first thing that helped me put the days together. Hello, Valimar. That's when I started keeping through the flash. It's like realizing you're in a dream, except no matter where you do or what you do, you can't wake up. Daddy didn't start remembering through the flash until much later. By the time I started to keep through the flash, Ike was already smarter than everybody. That was the first anomaly. Asymmetrical retention through loop expiration, that he explained to all of us. Which meant, for reasons we still don't know, we each came to realize we were playing the same thing over and over, and the realizing happened at different times for everyone. It was pretty alarming to see you're trapped in infinity and know that no one can explain how or why exactly. We tried running, like maybe if we ran far enough we could escape. There is no escape. So, to ease the transition, we'd throw a party each time someone kept through. Those were good times on the grid, the space we live in, as is designated by war effort planning. The last one to keep through the flash on grid SV2 was Mr. Tuia. We had a big party the day he came through. There was barbecue and music, and Ike danced, and Popples danced, and I danced, and Mrs. Nagel waved her arms from her lawn chair, which was like dancing for her, and my father and I laughed and laughed. Mr. Tuia mostly cried. It's very hard at first for some people. But then, if you figure that you're infinite, you're supreme, and therefore the master of all things, it's silly to be sad about things like how much your hip is always going to hurt, or how you're so old that the flu means life in a bed, or how gone forever your mother is. This sounds like a messed up concept for a Star Trek episode. It's very interesting. I've never seen a town like a time loop affected like a whole town like this before. I've never seen it. The second anomaly, Ike and Robert, who was a marine biologist before the Flash, explained to us how individually some of us were developing and accruing attributes. Accumulating, they said. Some people were accumulating very differently. Ike's brain was storing facts and stuff better than anybody. Lopez on Hark Street was alright on the clarinet before, but now we're pretty sure he's the greatest musician to have ever lived. I got strong, fast, precise. I became the Knife Queen. We have a pretty interesting grid. I don't know how the other grids are in our state block, because way before the Flash came, the soldier, police, the state-sponsored war coordination authorities took away everyone's cars. Their slogan, "For us to serve and protect, you must conserve and respect," is emblazoned on posters in the school, on the windows of some people's homes. The Popples pretend that they were proud when their son was shipped for service. The poster in their window showed the soldier police slogan in big letters stamped below men with puffed out chests, proudly holding the flag and guns, their faces hidden by the black visors of their helmets. Before the Flash ever came, a lot of people actually loved the SPs. They thought they were keeping us safe. People believe lies. Believe anything when they're afraid. That's another thing. Aren't we lucky that before the Flash, all the soldier police were deployed elsewhere? Sorry, I farted. Still, even if you bike as hard as you can in any direction, only to stop drinking water, even if you pee and drink at the same time, you can only get so far before the Flash takes you out. Even if you train for years and years. Would you like a pun? Sure. I've tried, and if anybody should have been able to do it, it's me. I use my body better than anyone. I can jump Olympic, I can break grown men with my bare hands. When I have a knife, I'm basically the queen of this world. Or the old me was. Now I let everyone be their own royalty. I want to discuss with Robert, Ike says. Then the horn comes. 367 drone birds all over the area screaming together. It's like a bright light for your ears. It's the right sound for what it is. It means defenses have been breached and the world is going to end today. It lasts 2 minutes. 120 seconds. I close my eyes and I wait. Ike does the same. And then it stops. The horn is the exit point for many. It comes and then they just can't take the sonic bleed. So they take whatever they have handy and jam it into their neck. But if you close your eyes and breathe, if you expect it and welcome it even, it's still terrible, but the kind of terrible you can take. Why are bookworms so good with people? They know how to read a room. Also, sorry if I interrupted. Don't worry about it. The quiet after the horn is sweet and lush. It's something you don't want to let go of. But we have work to do. Okay, I say after we appreciate a few moments of silence. Let's go see Robert. I want to be inside before the rain, Ike says. Maybe we'll do that, maybe we don't. We're supreme and infinite, I say, reminding him that rain is a small thing for infinite beings. Yes, or so I've heard, Ama. I'd still like to be inside before the rain, he says. I'll go grab the stuff. I'll be waiting. Ike pokes a fork into my pancakes. I get ready in my room. Then I jog downstairs and head outside. 2 houses down, I see Xander strangling his dog on the green lawn. It weeps and yelps, and its tail flaps around like a helicopter blade, until it stops. Hello, Xander, I say with a big wave. Before, he had been a friend of my father's, and like my father, he was too old to fight. There aren't any men left from the age of 20 to 45 here. Hi there, Ama. Oh, thank you for the follow. What did poor Andy do today? What do you mean? Xander says, then he goes back inside his house. I knock once on the Popple's door. The big window where they keep their soldier police poster gets smashed every morning, so the poster is face down, hanging in the shrubs, dressed and stabbed with glass. It's the first thing the Popples do most days. Smash that window that reminds them of how gone their son is. When the door doesn't open fast enough, I kick it open. Mr. Popple's naked on the couch, drinking a glass of something. His skin is flappy and foldy. Hey, Mr. Popple. I'm a knife queen Adusai, he says slowly, smiling and raising his glass and bowing his head. Just Ama, I say. Not in the way that's threatening, but just to remind him I don't make people say that anymore, and I haven't for a while. Emma? He says very slowly. He looks into his cup, then he drinks from it. His hands head downward toward his waist. See ya, Mr. Popple? I say as I run up the stairs. I go to his bedroom and grab the small piercer gun from the drawer. It's the first gun I ever shot. It's a small black thing with a smooth kick. It makes almost no sound when you pull the trigger. It kills in whispers, which I really like. Or used to like. There's an extra clip in the same drawer, so I grab both of them. Hello, Emma, says Mrs. Popple, who's still in bed, a cover-up over her head. Hi, Mrs. Popple, gotta go, I say. Tell your brother to come see me soon. He's a little caught up today, I say, and I don't mention that it's been a very long time since she and Ike were life partners. Life partners. Okay, let's not think about that. I see. He prefers Jen. Still? Jen was a teacher at school, but I don't know if Ike prefers anyone right now. Okay, this is weird. You'd have to ask him, Mrs. Popple. But maybe your husband is interested? Or maybe Xander is. I think I heard him say he thought you were interesting and physically very attractive. You're a nice girl, Emma, Mrs. Popple says. We're all supreme and infinite. We might as well act like it. Okay, so they've been stuck in this loop like a billion years, and Ike is smarter than everybody, and everyone's a billion years old. So it's just okay to have a 6-year-old as your partner? I guess technically his brain has matured far past adulthood. Still weird. Still very odd. Oh boy. What has infinity done to them? I guess they just stopped giving a shit. We're all supreme and infinite. We might as well like it. We might as well act like it. I say as I zip my fanny pack closed. I really am settling well into becoming a better person, I think. I've really come a long way from what I was, and I was a true terror once. The kind that probably never existed ever before. But now here I am, being called nice. Kennedy Street is down on the other side of the grid, so it takes a little while on the bike. Days are short. Soon it will rain, and Ike wants to be inside before the rain. Bye, Mr. Popple, I say without looking at him doing whatever he's doing. Goodbye, my liege. Okay, gross. My bike is on the other side of the house. I run back in to tell Ike I'm ready, then wait for him outside. I do my kicks and my punches and some tumbles to get loose. I jump some jacks. I give the maple in our yard 2 good punches and a roundhouse kick to the trunk. It crashes down. The sound of splitting wood excites me, I admit. It's different from the sound of snapping bone, but it reminds me of that kind of breaking. Then my father comes outside and he looks at me, glass of water in his hands. Thirsty? He asks. Yeah, a little bit. So she's supernaturally strong, yeah. As they said earlier, accumulating. Yeah, a little bit, I say. He extends his arm to me, and I walk toward him. I take the glass. It's cold. Nice. Where are you going? He asks like he might have before the flash. Like he wants to tag along. Oh, just riding on the bike, I say. His eyes narrow a little. But he takes a deep breath and relaxes. Okay, he says. He turns around, and Ike slides right past him. You too, Ike? You're out of bed. You're going outside. Yeah, I'm looking for some fresh air, Ike says. That's spectacular, my father says. It's been a long time since Ike's been outside. You're riding with Ama? My father asks. He sounds so excited that it's almost like he's the father I had when my mother was here. That person I only sort of remember. The one who would hold me by my feet and tickle me until I couldn't breathe. I remember that fun. Breathless struggle. I also remember always that he didn't treat my mother well. He used to yell and scream. I used to hide in my room with Ike, and to distract him, we'd play hide and seek. But that was back before Ike was a genius. Before I was a murderer. That I remember. See ya, Daddy, I say, and I give him a hug. I keep my eyes open all through it. Have fun, Ginger Root, he says as he touches my hair, and I close my eyes for half a second to feel the simple good of his hands on my head. Then I'm on the bike, and Ike is sitting in front of the handlebars. In front on the handlebars, okay, dangerous, and we're riding in the wind like we're unstoppable beings who truly have all anyone could ever hope for. Our street is Harper Street, and then we ride down to Flint to get onto Conduit AB/14, which we stay on for a while. Conduit AB/14 is framed by trees full of drone birds and dirt. It's 4 1 acres of empty road, naked road for miles and miles, and if it didn't mean the end of the world, all that empty might be beautiful. Maybe. On the way, we see a group of men and women beating down some other man. When I ride by, they stop to look at me. I smile and wave. When they see me, their eyes go wide. Then the group run off in the opposite direction. I'm not gonna hurt you, I call out. They don't believe me. They don't stop running. The one who is getting beat on gets up. His face is smashed pretty good. You're still magnificent and supreme. Nothing can change that, I tell him. He picks up a rock, turns from me, unbuckles his pants, shows me his butt cheeks. Then, when his pants are back on, he goes running after the group. Meatheads, Ike says, trying to keep me from feeling bad. Yeah, I say. It takes us almost an hour to get there. I stop 2 streets before Kennedy to catch my breath, and we walk the rest of the way. Carl's cluster looks pretty much like our own, but it's quieter. People mostly stay inside here because of Carl. Sorry. Okay, cool. Oh my god, my dad messaged me. I haven't heard from him in months. People mostly stay inside here because of Carl. I think the furthering of variance might truly suggest the dissolving of consistency we've always expected, says Ike. Hope so, I say, and walk more. Are you winning, son? When we finally do get to Kennedy, the heads of 2 women, Patricia Samuel and Leslie Arker, are stuck onto the street sign. Okay. Carl set the 2 heads up to look like they're kissing. Patricia Samuel is Carl's mother, by the way. Wow, that's really sweet, Carl. I guess Carl's still Carl, Ike says, looking around, curious, kinda scared, almost like how I imagine a real little kid might look like. But there are no more real little kids here. Even babies know they're stuck. Most of them don't even cry at all. Some of them never stop crying. Ever. It always looks like World War IV. Oh, World War VI over on Kennedy because of Carl. So in this world, there have been 5 world wars. I assume they're going through the 5th one before the Flash happened. It always looks like World War VI over on Kennedy's because of Carl. Brilliant. I love that. That's a great, like, simple way of world building. 2 houses are on fire. There are dark spots that show where Carl's victims bled out on the streets. He's a real terror. Still, it's easy to judge him. Because, I mean, he does the absolute worst stuff to people. I once saw him use his body and various household objects to physically violate 8 people who were tied up all at once. He was 14 when the Flash came, same as me. It's super easy to think he's the devil himself because of all the things he does, and because sometimes he screams, "In this hell, the devil, the Lord, and everything in between is named Carl." But I've been there. Being strong can make you like that. Carl is my protege. He'll never admit it, but it's true. He is the protege of Knife Queen Ama. The Ama who started with 1 knife and ended with 3 blades and 2 guns. Who could kill all 116 people on my cluster in 1 hour and 22 minutes. I'd take a shower change halfway through because my clothes got so heavy. Every inch of my black skin painted the maroon of life. The old Ama would murder everyone because when everyone was gone, she got to feel like she was the only one in the world, and there was no one who might ever do any wrong ever again. Sometimes she'd sit on the grass and feel supreme and infinite. She'd try to stare at a single blade of grass, or dance in the empty street, or sing at the top of her lungs until the Flash came. Sometimes she'd cry and cry as she washed the blood from her hair and her eyes. Sometimes she wouldn't wash it off at all. Imagine the worst thing that's ever been done. I promise you, I've done it to everyone. More than once. When I realized I was faster and stronger, at first I didn't know what to do. I thought that maybe I was supposed to be on top now? I thought I was getting rewarded, and so I did what I wanted. Before the Flash, Carl was not nice to me. He liked to call me nappy-headed bitch or dumbass cunt. He'd like to make me cry back when we still had school. Then, when my mother left, when I saw him, he said, "Guess your mother didn't want to be alive, knowing she made you." That, well, I know he regrets saying that. Because after the Flash, once I realized what I could do, I hunted him. He was the first person I ever killed. He was the first person I'd kill every day. The hurt I've pulled out of that boy could fill the universe twice over. I'd rush over to his house and find different ways to ruin him. There is nothing I haven't done to Carl Samuel. I know well done Carl from medium rare Carl. I made sure his mother knew the difference too. Ever made her choose a favorite. It was a good day for me when she admitted her preference. "Tell me, Patricia, which do you prefer?" I laughed. She was tied to the posts on the side of the stairs. I grabbed her cheeks, her son's blood crusting between my fingernails. I pulled her face down to the strips of meat I'd cooked just minutes before. I fried the boy's arm in pieces of olive oil. I even added salt, pepper, and adobo. Carl was crying behind me, his arm severed and wounded, cauterized. I didn't even have time to tie him up. "Hey, baby, you are supreme, and..." Mrs. Samuel started, then I snapped one of her fingers. She screamed. By then I was immune to the sounds of humans screaming, or the thing I think others felt when they heard someone hurt. I felt the exact opposite. It was music for me. The way people scream when they're afraid versus when they know their life is gonna end. The unrelenting, throaty sobs a man makes when you dangle his life in front of him. The shouts a child makes when you remove their arm. The harsh sharpness that comes from a mother who can't save her son and can't stop trying. But that day, Patricia Samuel swallowed up her scream and stared past me towards her son. "You are infinite. This is nothing. I love you, Carl. You're perfect. You're supreme. You're infinite. We are forever." Very sweet. Now tell me, Mrs. Samuel. I smiled and made my voice soft. Do you prefer him well done or medium? Patricia Samuel wept as I turned my back to her. Please, Queen Ama, I beg of you, please spare him today. Knife Queen Ama, I corrected. If you tell me which you prefer, I may find some mercy for you. I took the knife out of my fanny pack. Please, please, Knife Queen, please. She wept, just as desperate as a person can be. I shook my head. Carl, your mother did this to you. Then I pressed my knee on his neck. It's not that hard to remove someone's eye. Carl screams, yippy and small, and then they grow. They're wordy and pathetic. Ah! Ow! Hey! Okay. Like I was giving him a wedgie. Then they grow and pull and stretch. No! No! I love you, baby. It's okay, Mrs. Samuel said. Yeah, Carl. It's okay, I said, stabbing deeper, shucking the blade into the boy's skull, laughing at how easy it was. Carl was silent. He wasn't dead. His body shook. Please! Knife Queen! She screamed for her son. Which do you prefer? Ama, please! Medium or well done? So much misery in that room. Neither! You have to pick, I said, looking up at her, smiling with her boy and so much of his blood on my hands. In a second, there'll be a very rare option on that plate, I said. Baby, I promise. You have to pick, I repeated. It was like holding down a fresh-caught fish. Mom! Carl screamed. Well done, she finally said. I stopped. Take another bite to make sure. She followed my command immediately, bending down, almost breaking her own arm to eat the meat with her mouth as her hands were tied to the post behind her. Well done, Knife Queen Ama. Good to know, I said. That's how you'll have your Carl next cycle. Then I got up and left. I forced Carl and Patricia to live similar nightmares hundreds of times. What's surprising is how it never got easier for him. Carl was always terrified, his mother was always desperate, destroyed, and ready to be destroyed for him. Wow, that was intense, dude. That was 2 minutes of torture. Sorry, not 2 minutes. 2 pages. 2.5. 2.5 pages of pure torture. Fascinating. Hello. Tits. It took months to write that script. I would like to thank my mother, my dad, and most importantly, Matt Pat. Wow, you're so fascinating. I hunted Carl for so long that even though I still hated him, I got bored. I started hurting other people. At first, I only bullied the bullies, you know, the people who tried to hurt. Oh, thanks for the follow. The people who tried to hurt, and then I started hurting everybody. The way I felt about Carl sort of leached out, you know, I was a real terror. People accumulate differently. When Carl's body started accumulating like mine, when he got as strong as I was, as fast as me, as good with sharp things, then he became a real, genuine terror too. Actually, you used the wrong route. You used the wrong right. It's right. This is a fascinating story. Let's take a little breather. How do you feel about the story so far? Turns out that if you're feeling sick like I am, reading a bunch of words on the screen repeatedly is kind of exhausting. Oh. Fascinating and terrifying. Yeah, I don't usually subscribe to the idea that people are evil, but I can understand the sort of desperation for new experience if you're stuck in a thing forever. Just like in a video game, you know? You've spent an hour reading the story. Oh wow. Like, remember your first playthrough of Baldur's Gate and how you were nice to every NPC? Or like in any game, because when you say mean things to an NPC in a game, you feel mean and you don't want to do that, and you might cut off their storyline. So you're nice to everyone and you give everyone what they need. And then on the second playthrough, that's when you go rogue. You're mean to everyone, you throw shit at all the NPCs. For Ama, this is like her millionth playthrough. So she's done way more than be mean. I didn't think it'd be this intense. Yeah, I didn't either. It's like how I always play Paragon and Mass Effect, but I'd like to try Renegade just to see what it's like. Yeah. Can I say my guess on a certain bit of what's happening? Sure, go for it. They're definitely in the future, since they have drone birds. Ugh. The reason the girl is so strong and stuff, it could be because of what stage of life they're in. Oh. Like, because she's 14, she's going through puberty. So her body's like getting bigger and stronger. And that's why Ike is so smart, because he's 6 years old. And that's prime time for a kid to learn shit. That's an interesting hypothesis, and it does make sense based on what we've seen. And why Carl accumulated the same way she did, because they're the same age. Carl's 14 also. What about the adults? Well, it seems the adults just, you know, they don't do that, I guess. They have to pay infinitely growing taxes. Let me just check my phone real quick. Just gonna tell my dad that I'm working. I'm sorry, can't respond right now. I'll BRB. Okay. Oh. I'm sorry for this. I know you might prefer something more exciting, but I do not have the energy today, so. If I'm being serious though, I'd imagine one of them was trying to bodybuild really hard. They'd be able to get super strong since that was the state of their body when the flash happened. Ama said that she trained. I guess that's how you accumulate. I'm eating good with this content. Of course you are. You love the sound of my voice. I could do anything and you'd watch me. Oh my god, I'm dizzy. Oh. I wish I could turn on my AC, but it's broken. We can play Minecraft tomorrow, because I don't know what to do tomorrow. And we might as well. Because everyone likes Minecraft. I love Minecraft, so. Yeah, why not? Why not? Fuck it. It's my show. I can do whatever I want. We did community night like 2 weeks in a row or whatever. I hate to be the guy who ate something bad the night before and is now stuck with eternal diarrhea. Holy fuck. That would be me. That would be me. I woke up super gassy. Hey, Saint. Hi. You missed all the child torture. Fuck. Oh my god. I am... Oh... I don't feel good. I'm back. I have food for dinner. Oh, this might not be the story for dinner. What food did you get? Ugh. Let me check my Twitter. Pork chops and rice. Ooh, that's nice. I know I'm getting old because I eat, when it comes to meat, like fried meat like that, I always have it but with lemon these days. No other condiments, just lemon. That's how you know you're getting old. Lemon is so good. It's great. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I want to lie down so much. I wish I could stream lying down. What a dream. What a dream that would be. I've done that since before I was created as a sperm in my father. I was the greatest load that my father ever shot. I'd like to thank him. Did you ever think about how the other sperms and the balls could have been like the president or like the guy who finds the cure to cancer, and then you think about where you are and you're like, damn, I'm a streamer. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm ready to get back to the story now. I think the other sperms would have been equally as worthless as I am because I really didn't have a good shot. Bruh. There's dark red streaked everywhere on Kennedy Street. It's like walking into an old room you haven't lived in for a long time. Maybe let's get back on the bike, I say. That's wise, Ike says. And then, as he's climbing onto the handlebars, there's a bang. I look down and I don't have a knee anymore. It's just a shattered, bloody thing. I eat back the scream because I feel I'm not the kind of person who screams anymore. Damn it, Ike says. We have to go. Sheesh, I say. Okay, we're okay. We are... Ama, I know! We have to go! Then Carl screams from above us. How dare you! Slit body killer per 20! Is he casting a spell? What the fuck? What is that? When I realized that Carl was also accumulating in his body, that he was becoming like me, and maybe had become like me the whole time but wasn't smart enough to realize it, I let him be my friend. Here in the Forever Loop, anything can happen. You can make a friend of the devil. You can pretend everything was a dream. Carl was my only friend for a while. We did what we wanted to other people. We hurt them together. We even invented our own language. Oh. Karama. There are a lot of bad words in Karama. It's a language for war gods, so it's pretty aggressive. We've sat on rooftops and watched without fear as entire communities joined together to try and bring us down. Slit bariki lopertrent. He screams again. It means something like, prepare for a violent death, you lowly creature. Just checking in, I say. We're leaving. Emma? Ike screams. I can see he's afraid, and he should be. But I haven't seen Carl in such a long time, and there's a chance he's even different now. Checking out, actually, Carl says, and I hear him laugh at what he thinks is clever. He flips down from the roof of his house to the street. He's holding his piercer rifle. Ah, that's why. I thought he cast a spell and blew her leg off or something. Carl learned witchcraft and can now become a ghost in Minecraft. That's one thing. When he starts his day, Carl has some pretty serious stuff ready. His father, before he died, was some kind of aqua Nazi. Even before the water wars started, he was preparing against black people, Middle Eastern people, Christians, and Jews, because he thought they were going to steal from the water reservoirs or something. He was a pretty mean guy, I guess. Carl used to come to school black-eyed and bruised. Kids used to laugh at how crazy his pops was. He wasn't very happy. He's still not very happy. He wears his t-shirt on his head with the neck hole slanted to cover his left eye, and the shirt's arms are tied back in a knot behind his head. He uses an elastic band he cut from his pair of underwear like a headband over the shirt to keep it in place even better. It's the first thing he does every day. His eye. Some pain lasts through 100 deaths. Can you give me 1 second? Okay, I don't know how much of me I can release more today. I'll see. I'm really not feeling great. I might end the stream after the story. We'll see, okay? I just wanted to, deliver somewhat today. I wanted to do my best. Here we go. Oof. The hot rain starts falling. Blue sky, horn, hot rain, flash. Those are the totems. Those are the things that come no matter what you say, think, pray, or die. The hot rain feels like a warm shower. Ike says that the thermonuclear byproduct of all that bombing that was going on during the flash first hit. That was the rain, in reference to the rain. He says that even if the flash didn't come, the rain would still give us all cancer. But I like it. Every day it comes and it's warm and it reminds you like, hey, wasn't that a pretty good day when you were dry earlier? Kia udon rushar, ki 12 plume sun. I scream, which means like, oh great destroyer, you are supreme. The feeling in my mangled leg is disappearing, and the world starts flickering out. Carl laughs. He wears a purple bathrobe that belonged to his father like the gun he raises. You're a stupid cunt, Carl says in plain language. I feel my old self in my fingers as I reach for my pack. He skips towards me as my knee bleeds and bleeds. It hurts very badly. I've felt much worse, but it's hard to remember anything other than what's now when you're hurt right now. After Carl and I broke our war god pact and our friendship, we became sworn enemies. It happened because Carl didn't like how I acted like I was stronger than he was. Also, I think, because he was bored. One day he caught me off guard and knocked me out with a shovel. When I woke up, I was chained to a tree and I didn't have fingers on my left hand. I was like, whew, sheesh, that was the beginning of a very, very long day. It had been lifetimes since anyone's been able to hurt me like that, and I realized how bad I had been, and for how long, and how I wasn't going to do anything like that ever again. But now, with my knee exploded, I'm thinking about how I want to make Carl sip broth from his own bones. I point the gun at my brother. Even after all this forever, it's something I don't like to do. But if it's to save him from Carl, who will do things so much worse. Even the old me didn't kill Ike, which is probably why he had such a hard time for a while. It was lonely for him. A boy in a dead town and his sister, the bringer of all pain. No, you don't, Carl says, and I try to pull the trigger. There's a bang, and it's not far, and it's not from my hands, and then the world disappears, and I leave my brother in the hands of the worst person on the planet. You are safe. You are protected. You will continue contributing to the efforts by living happily. I wake up. I grab Mom's knife and I hold it in my hands. Good torture feels like it'll never end. You never forget it. I wonder what happened to Ike. As I brush my teeth and shower and stuff my knife into my fanny pack. What's happening? So this is a short story called Through the Flash. It's about a whole town that has been stuck in a time loop. And the main character is a girl named Emma. She's 14, and because of all the millennia spent in the loop, she has gained supernatural strength and has used this strength to commit horrible acts of violence to everyone in her neighborhood. But she's good now. She doesn't do that anymore. Carl is great at torture. Carl knows what he's doing because Carl learned from me, and I might be the best at that stuff. I imagine what Carl did to Ike, and I know he's been through the kind of pain that'll never leave him. I go to Mrs. Nagel's place. She is so fragile and weak. Still, always. Her breath sounds like a struggle, and even though she's sleeping, there are lines around her eyes like she's concentrating on something. I open my fanny pack and take out the knife. I put the blade against Mrs. Nagel's neck. The metal reflects a sliver of light against her skin as her throat grows and shrinks, carrying air in and out of her body badly. It'd be so easy even if she weren't so sick. She was the easiest out of everyone. She only woke up when the old me wanted her to, when I wanted her to know what was happening to her, which was a lot of the time. Anyway, I take my knife, tuck it into my pack, and go downstairs. I squeeze lemon into the elderflower tea. When I climb back upstairs, Mrs. Nagel is awake, and she looks at me with the eyes that are tired and warm. I put the hot mug on her nightstand. "Emma," she says as she scoots up from her bed. She tries to take a deep breath but can't. She smiles and motions for the box of tissues that's always on the floor. Such a big difference it would make if it was just on her nightstand. If she could have just have that one thing, it'd be easy and simple. Instead, that little thing, it's been magnified by a million, and it makes you just want to cut your own head off, so... Sorry. I got lost there. Instead, that little thing is magnified by a million, and it makes you just want to cut your own head off that she can't just have that one thing be right for once. Hey, Mrs. Nagel. What's wrong? She says. It chills me to hear her ask that. Even though it's been a long time, not a lot of people say things like that to me. Most people are afraid of me. A lot of them hate me, and they should. I climb up on the bed I climb up on the bed behind Mrs. Nagel so she can lean back into me and I can massage her temples to help with the headache. I say, I feel like maybe I like the old me better. The old Ama. And maybe the new Ama isn't doing anything. Mrs. Nagel blows her nose. New Ama? Yeah, you know, me now, I say. Like how I'm not killing everybody or torturing anyone or whatever. And that was the old Ama that did that? Yeah. And what's the difference between the two? The old me did everything one way, and only thought about one person. Now I try to help everyone instead of killing them. I see, but what changed? I used to be afraid, I say. I watch her breathe. I watch her breath and listen to see if her heart's beating faster. If she's afraid. She isn't. I know I can't take it back. I know I'm the worst person who ever lived. I know that. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm only scared of me. I see. And that means you've been two people. I'm better now. And I'm sorry. But sometimes something in me, like right now, it'd be so easy. I continue to rub softly, but it's true. I can't stop imagining how easy it would be to crush Mrs. Nagel's neck. Like crumpling a piece of paper. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I want everyone to feel happy and supreme and infinite. That's the new me. Mrs. Nagel says. How can you not see the difference? I say, trying to keep my voice down. I'm so much better now. I am. Murder has devolved to intrusive thoughts. It's like the opposite experience with the genocide run in Undertale. I think you've done a fine job. People come visit me so often since you changed. And it's true that in the past you were a terrible witch. Exactly. But I think there's only one Ama. And I'm talking to her. I'm sorry. For all of it. I say. You should be. Mrs. Nagel points to the bathroom, which means she wants me to give her a towel with warm water for her head. I do it. Then we're quiet for a long time. I sit with her through the horn, then she falls back asleep. I sit with her for a while more. When I jump back home, the sky's already gray and the hot rain's already falling. Also, a bike I know belongs to Carl is set on the grass. All the bikes on Kennedy belong to Carl. I pull my knife out. I climb up and slide my bedroom window and creep downstairs. I was going to be here to tickle someone, but now I'm kind of interested in the book. So, all feel safe this time because you're not going to be tickled. Oh my god. Not the Voidler tickler. Carl is sitting at my table. My father's making pancakes, swaying at the stove. And Ike's at the table too, with his legs crossed in his chair and his back to me. There she is, my father says. I'm thinking I have the angle. I can leap across the kitchen and get to Carl. Why's he here? I say. I'm sorry. I tried. Don't worry, I was fine, Ike says. You got the gun? You got out? I ask. No, I told Carl I had some info for Robert, and he let me go see him. Udon Rosher Carl Hilo Plan, Carl says. It means Carl the Great Destroyer It means Carl the Great Destroyer spared the weakling. He's in his robe with the shirt over his head. His one eye exposed, stares at me, and only me. Hello. Samgularity, welcome in. I was actually watching your stream for a little bit. How are you? Thanks for the raid. I was feeling kind of under the weather, so I decided to do a reading stream today, just so I could get that bag, as the kids say. A wink. Sorry. Sometimes it's hard to stay out of character. Ooh, Minecraft. We're gonna play Minecraft again tomorrow. We figured out how to get our Minecraft server working. God, am I tired. Wow. Oh boy, my head is all over the place right now. Anyway. Oh, I say. It's been so long. I asked Carl if he wants to watch The Flash with us. Remember when we used to do that? Remember? We watch on the wall, my father asked. Why are you here now? I've gotten close enough that I know I have a good shot at him. I'm good. Hope your stream is going good. It has been. Did you decide to update? Juicy did that because he said that the update was gonna be the thing that stopped it from crashing. So now our server should be flawless, technically. I'm here to kill you and make your family watch, Carl says. I can see his hunting piercer at his feet. My father turns and stares at Carl. Carl? My father says. You used to be an okay kid. If I could, you know what I would do to you? Yes, sir, Carl says. Okay, my father says. It's true. With me and Carl, it's better to try not to stop us when we want to do something. Everyone knows that by now. I smile because my father defended me, and he's been killing me less and less lately. It's a mod pack. There's a 100% chance there's gonna be more bugs and crashes. Do we, the player, have to update? Probably. But Juicy said that the update was gonna fix the crashes, so... What did Robert say? I ask while I still can. Whatever happened with you? Ike says. Whatever happened, you're the first it's happened to, so we'll see. Maybe it's a domino in an eventual collapse. We're all pretty quiet. Nothing new, really, but we think we can say for sure that this isn't going to last forever. Unless it does. Okay, I say, and I leap. I lunge with my knife, and nobody else in history of the world would even flinch. But Carl is Carl, so he grabs the table and flips it like a shield. I'm gonna have to dip. Good night, Sam. Thank you for coming. Thanks for the raid. Good night. Sleep tight. Carl is Carl, so he grabs the table and flips it up like a shield. I use my elbow to blow through it pretty easily. The table's in pieces, and Ike runs back. My father stops cooking and swings a hot pancakey pan at Carl. Carl ducks, and as he does, I swing my knife at his neck. He dodges 2 good slashes, then kicks me hard in the ribs. I crash back into the dishwasher. Ribs are broken for sure. I get up and I focus. I smile because I am Ama Grace Knife Queen Adusai. I am a fighter, and I am the greatest ever. Lately, I don't get to fight much. Now I fight differently. But these fights with fists and knives, I have more practice in. I jump forward. Carl grabs my wrist and twists so I drop my knife. You're supreme and infinite, Carl, and I'm very sorry for all that I've done, I say as I knee him in the ribs, and before even bringing my leg back down, I'm in a backflip, kicking into his chin, and he stumbles back. Bitch! Carl screams, and makes to grab the gun out of the rubble that's forming out of the kitchen. I kick him in the gut and throw him out the living room. Sorry, Udon Roshar, I say while charging. He punches me in the mouth, and I see black. Then the world comes back to me. I meant no disrespect. I know you're strong. I just want you to know that I'm sorry for the things I did to you. Fuck you, Carl says, and he's coming at me with his flurry of heavy punches. He misses with a big right, and his fist goes through the wall. As he tries to pull his arm out, I get behind him and punch down on his neck, in a way I know will make him crumble. Then I rip off his shirt, and it's like I hit the master switch. Helia Rupra! Ki Udan Rosher! Trent! Carl screams as he holds his eye, weeping on his knees. Okay, Helia Rupra! Even when I'm not touching him, he screams and claws at his own eye. He becomes a little bit of the old Carl. I hit him another time, hard at the base of his neck, to keep him from moving. His paralyzed body does nothing, and his face keeps doing so much. Udan Rusher, ki lave. Okay, I say. End it! Carl screams, keeping one eye open. Outside, the hot rain stopped. I drag Carl upstairs and make sure he's comfortable on my bed. He screams in Karama, and I understand him very well. He spits and cries, and I sit with him. I know you're going to get through all this, I say. When his voice is coarse and he can't scream anymore, I leave him. My father and brother are in Ike's room. Ike is writing something. My father's coloring in a coloring book. Emma, my father says. Emma, Ike says. We're good, I say. My ribs are broken, and I'm kind of bleeding out of my ear. Still want to go watch? I ask. These are my guys. I know I'm blessed knowing that I can protect them. Outside, the hot rain makes the air smell like burning rubber, but you can still smell the fresh, wet earth underneath. It's not all bad. Once we were all keeping through the flash, it became a tradition for everyone on our street to watch together, to disappear all at once. We stopped doing that. We press ourselves to the side of our house facing west. I'm dizzy and happy. Breathing hurts, but still, I feel as infinite as ever. Still supreme. We get on the wall. Our wall. I lean on my back against it, and I feel the wet sweep through. A long time ago, Ike explained to us how nuclear radiation, besides destroying stuff, bleached everything. It didn't make disappear, and that our bodies, if they were right up against something, would leave shadows that would last forever. That's true. For a long time, we tried to use our bodies to send messages to the future, hoping that after we were gone, if the loop broke, the future would see us, and would know. I'd make little hearts with my hands, or sometimes we'd all hug to show them, like, I love, sorry. The L was cut off from love, and it looked like an I. Or sometimes we'd all hug each other to show them, like, love was a thing, even for all of us who lived through the wars that ended everything. Now when we do it, it's mostly for fun. What are you gonna do? My father asked. I think I'm going to do this, Ike says, looking up at us. He does a thing where he spreads his legs a little wider and acts like he's flexing both arms above his head. That's my brother. He's not too smart to be fun sometimes. Okay, my father says, I'm gonna do the Animal Man. He grabs a branch from the maple I snapped outside and puts it on his head so it'll look like feathers. The future will think he's an alien. Me, I've already picked one leg up and tucked it into my knee. It's pretty hard to breathe, but it's not that hard. Dancer, I say before he asks. That's kind of my signature. I've done different versions of it, but this one's the best I can do with a broken rib and a knocked around head. I have one leg on the ground, and then I bring one arm and crane it above my head. We only have to wait a minute. There's a faraway light. Then a roar like slow, long thunder. The roar doesn't stop. It gets louder. And then it's so loud that you can't hear anything. The faraway light grows, and it's yellowish at first, in the beginning. And it looks like something that's meant to help you. Like another sun. But then it grows taller than any building, greater than any mountain. You can see it's eating the world, and no matter what you do, it's coming for you, rushing towards you. And by the time it's blinding, you're terrified and humbled. Watching it, you know it's the kind of thing you should only get to see once. Something that happens once and then never again. We've all seen it so many times, but I still cry. Because when it comes, I know for sure we're infinite. All you feel is infinite. Knowing all the falls and leaps and sweet and death that's ever been will be trumped by the wall of nuclear flying at you. You, of all people. Then, before you're gone, you know that all that's ever been will still be, even if there are no tomorrows. Even the apocalypse isn't the end. That you could only know when you're standing before a light so bright that it obliterates you. And if you're alone, pose like a dancer. When it comes, you feel silly and scared. And if you're with your family, or anyone at all, when it comes, you feel silly and scared still, but at least not alone. The end! Yay, that's where it ends. Looks like they're stuck in there forever. Though there were some points where they were like, we can get out. Like, it's gonna collapse eventually, but who knows. Yay. Hooray. That was good. That was good. So, that was Through the Flash by Nanakwame Ajay Brenya. Cool story. Tell it again. Who's getting tickled? Have you read The Jaunt? That was deep. That was pretty good. The Jaunt by Stephen King. Oh. The Jaunt by Stephen King. It's got a couple chapters, 5 of them. Let's take a little break. What did you think of the story? I've been wanting to read that for a while. It was a lot more brutal than I thought. Listening to the stream while playing ER on the same device has turned out well for me. That's nice. I'm gonna drink a little. What time is it? Oh, I almost did 2 hours. Aren't you so proud of me? The sacrifices I make for you? The sacrifices I make for you. I didn't listen much because I was playing something. Okay, cool. I wasn't listening. Awesome. Very cool, guys. It was a fitting story because I murdered D and his bro. Oh yeah, I need to do the D storyline. I listened from when I joined to now. Thank you, Tickler. Oh. Just feeling a little out of it right now. It's okay, me too. I get it. I'm feeling pretty out of it too. I listened to it all. Ama is such a funny name. It's spelled like this. And then Ike's name was spelled like that. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I just said Ikena, something like that. I think they're African names. Because at one point she said she was black. So... You mean he isn't like a Ike Fire Emblem? No. Was the author black? Nana Kwame Ajay Brenya sounds pretty African to me. Yeah, probably. The book is called Friday Black. So... let's see here. Dedication. Reading books I see. Hello. Batak Magjabol. Let's go. Nice to meet you. Thanks for the follow. Swedish American with that kind of name, obviously. Called in Batak Magjabol, bro. Every day. Yeah, okay, so there's a picture of the author. And yeah, that is a black man. Friday Black is his first book. Wow. I would read so many books if you would read with me. Could I recommend a book? Sure. But we're doing short stories today, because I don't know if we can do a whole book. The problem with reading an entire novel is that you need multiple streams to do it. And, you know, first stream, that's fine. Second, third, it becomes a problem, because then new viewers won't be able to relate. They'll be like, what the fuck is happening? So... yeah, I can read a Stephen King novel. I kind of want to change the music. Do you think that... while I was reading that, what did you think of the music? Did you think it was fitting, or should I change it? JJK. I'm not a manga reader. I wait for the anime. Speaking of, when the fuck is Chainsaw Man Season 2 coming out? I've been wanting to read the Jaunt, but I guess this is a good time. I mean, yeah, you might as well. As Stephen King is known for, this is kind of a wordy thing, but it should be just about as long. Maybe a bit shorter, actually, than the story we read just now. Let Mappa rest. Sword Art Online, chapter 16.5. Holy fuck. 16.5 was such a big meme back then. If you didn't know, chapter 16 is when Asuna and Kirito sleep in a bed together for the first time. So people are like, 16.5, that's when the sex happens! There's a lot of hentai titled 16.5 because of that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a manga reader. Let me just shake my head a little bit. See if I can knock my brains into the right places again. Is the music okay? Music's okay? Like, I don't need to change it? It fits the vibe? Is that okay? Okay. Music okay. It fits. Alright, cool. If, put on Sonic Butt Rock. If I still have the energy after the Jaunt, I can always read, I Have No Mouth, Yet I Must Scream. Because I have that downloaded as well. Okay. Whew. I've heard good things about that. Yeah? Okay, here we go. The Jaunt by Stephen King. Then you can play the video game version. This is the last call for Jaunt 701. The pleasant female voice echoed through the blue concourse of New York's Port Authority terminal. The PAT had not changed much in the last 300 years or so. It was still gungy and a little terrifying. The automated female voice was probably the most pleasant thing about it. This is Jaunt service to Whitehead City, Mars. The voice continued. All ticketed passengers should now be in the Blue Concourse Sleep Lounge. Make sure your validation papers are in order. Thank you. If the Jaunt's so good, why hasn't he made a Jaunt too? If The Shining's so good, why hasn't he made a Shining too? Let me get in a comfy position. The upstairs lounge was not grungy. Oh, I guess gungy was a typo. This is on GitHub, by the way. I wonder if I can read it in a better place. No, I guess this is the best place I can find it. The upstairs lounge wasn't at all grungy. It was wall-to-wall carpeted in oyster gray. The walls were an eggshell white and hung with a pleasant, non-presentational print. A steady, soothing progression of colors met and swirled on the ceiling. There were 100 couches in the large room, neatly spaced in rows of 10. 5 jaunt attendants circulate, speaking in low, cheery voices and offering glasses of milk. At one side of the room was the entranceway, flanked by armed guards, and another jaunt attendant who was checking the validation papers of a latecomer. Excuse me. A harried-looking businessman with the New York World Times folder under one arm. Directly opposite, the floor dropped away in a trough. King uses a lot of words I've never seen before. The floor dropped away in a trough about 5 feet wide and perhaps 10 feet long. It passed through a doorless opening and looked a bit like a child's slide. The Oates family lay side by side on 4 jaunt couches near the far end of the room. Mark Oates and his wife, Marilys, flanked the 2 children. "Daddy, will you tell me about the jaunt now?" Ricky asked. "You promised."
"Yeah, Dad, you promised,"
Patricia asked, and giggled shyly for no reason. A businessman with a build like a bull glanced over at them and went back to the father of papers he was examining as he lay on his back, his spit-shined shoes neatly together. Toad voice for the kids. Sorry about my chair. From everywhere came the low murmur of conversation and the rustle of passengers settling down on the jaunt couches. Mark glanced over at Marilys Oates and winked. She winked back, but she was almost as nervous as Patty sounded. Why not? Mark thought. First jaunt for all 3 of them. He and Marilys had discussed the advantages and drawbacks of moving the whole family for the last 6 months, since he'd gotten the notification from Texaco Water that he was being transferred to Whitehead City. Finally, they had decided that all of them would go for the 2 years Mark would be stationed on Mars. He wondered now, looking at Marilys's pale face, if she was regretting the decision. He glanced at his watch and saw it was still half an hour to jaunt time. There was enough time to tell the story. And he supposed it would take the kids' mind off their nervousness. Who knew? Maybe it would even cool out Marilys a little. "Alright," he said. Ricky and Pat were watching him seriously. His son 12, his daughter 9. He told himself again that Ricky would be deep in the swamp of puberty and his daughter would likely be developing breasts by the time they got back to Earth. Weird thing to say to your kid. You'll be developing breasts soon, child. Weird thing to say. I wouldn't say that. Again, they found that difficult to believe. The kids would be going to the tiny Whitehead combined school with the 100-odd engineering and oil company brats that were there. His son might well be going on a geology field trip to Phobos not so many months distant. It was difficult to believe, but true. What the heck? To be fair, it's Stephen King who wrote A Kid's Orgy in It. That's true, he did do that. Sorry for me asking if it was something sexy or something not sexy was weird. As long as it comes from a girl, I don't care. Don't worry about it. Where am I? Whew. So far as we know, he began, the jaunt was invented about 320 years ago, around the year 1987, by a fellow named Victor Caroon. He did it as part of a private research project that was funded by some government money, and eventually the government took over, of course. In the end, it came down to either the government or the oil companies. Unique girl, thank you for the follow. Nice to meet you. I still don't know what we were talking about. It was a story I was reading about a whole town stuck in a time loop. 1987, okay? The reason we don't know the exact date is because Caroon was something of an eccentric. You mean he was crazy, Dad? Ricky asked. Eccentric means a little bit crazy, dear, Marilla said, and smiled across the children at Mark. She looked a little less nervous now, but he thought, oh. I know, but what story? It was called Through the Flash. Yeah, it was a whole town stuck in a time loop, but two people got really, really strong for some reason. It was alluded to that they were eventually going to break through. Like, the flash, the loop was gonna end eventually. Honestly, if a time loop was a thing that could happen, it would happen in... Actually, how would you come about that? So, a time loop, let's say, happens to one person. Mabaho ka 69. Thanks for the follow. Let's say a time loop happens to one person. What happens to the people around him? Right? He repeats his days, but to everyone else, they're continuing their lives. How does that happen? The only way I can see it making sense is that the guy who is in a time loop is trapped in like a little reality marble, or is separated from time and space in its own, like, you know, in its own thing. Yeah, like an alternate universe, but like a pocket universe just for him. Please don't layo me. Init na. Eventually everyone dies no matter what. The story confirms this. Speaking of time loop, maybe we could watch Groundhog Day for movie night. Maybe. Oh, but this Sunday I won't be available. This Sunday I'll be gone. Because it's my little brother's birthday and we're going out. Yeah. Sorry about that. So they're in some sort of weird alternate reality bubble. If we were to assume that was true, it would not be able to go on forever. Because of, you know... You know how black holes live an insane amount of time, but still lose energy over time? It's like that. Eventually it'll end, because it'll run out of energy to keep the loop going. Stuck being in a time loop was a curse where good benefits and bad benefits, of course. I'd imagine it's kind of like how when a river gets so big it can loop in on itself, but the river will continue. It swirls around in that one little part until one day the river separates and the loop dries out. Yeah. There was a time loop Star Trek episode. The short explanation for that is they were in a time anomaly and kept getting wrapped up to the start of the loop. But, like, my problem is, where does that exist in space, you know? Anyway, sorry, that was a tangent. If I had an infinite time loop, I could fucking do whatever I want. Yeah, but you would get bored. Hamster. Bled. I can't wait to get tongue tracking. Where are we? Anyway, he'd been experimenting with the process for quite some time before he informed the government of what he had, Mark went on. And he only told them because he was running out of money and they weren't going to refund him. Your money cheerfully refunded, Pat said, and giggled shrilly again. An infinite time to learn how to make a game. I'd imagine at some point all the people within it wind up not doing anything, like all the bits of dirt and debris settling at the bottom of the pond. I'm sure some people would. I'm sure some people wouldn't do that, though. They would have to keep their hobbies, you know, so they don't go crazy. That's right, honey, Mark said, and ruffled her hair gently. At the far end of the room, he saw a door slide noiselessly open, and 2 more attendants came out, dressed in bright red jumpers of the Jaunt service, pushing a rolling table. On it was a stainless steel nozzle attached to a rubber hose. Beneath the table's skirts, tastefully hidden, Mark knew there were 2 bottles of gas. In the net bag hooked to the side were 100 disposable masks. Mark went on talking, not wanting his people to see the representative of Leith until they had to. And if he was given enough time to tell the whole story, they would welcome the gas passers with open arms. Leith? Isn't that like a moon? Leith, like this. Or I guess that's just a place where... I don't know. I don't remember. Of course, you know that the jaunt is teleportation. More or less, he said. Sometimes in college chemistry and physics they call it the Karun process, but it's really teleportation. And it was Karun himself, if you believe the stories, who named it the jaunt. He was a science fiction reader. And there's a story by a man named Alfred Bester. The Star is My Destination, it's called. And this fellow, Bester, made up the word jaunt for teleportation in it. Except in his book, you could jaunt just by thinking about it, but we can't really do that. The attendants were fixing a mask to the steel nozzle and handing it to an elderly woman at the far end of the room. She took it, inhaled once, and fell quiet and limp. Her shirt had pulled up a little, revealing one slack thigh, road-mapped with varicose veins. Gross. An attendant it's hard to read GitHub text. An attendant considerately readjusted for her while the other pulled off the used mask and affixed a fresh one. It was a process that made Mark think of the plastic glasses in motel rooms. He wished to God that Patty would cool out a little bit. He'd seen the children who had to be held down, and sometimes they screamed as the rubber mask covered their faces. It wasn't an abnormal reaction in a child, he supposed, but it was nasty to watch, and he didn't want to see it happen to Patty. About Rick, he felt more confident. I guess you could say the jaunt came along at the last possible moment, he resumed. He spoke toward Ricky, but reached out across and took his daughter's hand. Her palm was cool and sweating slightly. The world was running out of oil, and most of what was left belonged to the Middle Eastern desert peoples, who were committed to using it as a political weapon. They had formed an oil cartel called the OPEC. "What's a cartel, Daddy?" Patty asked. "Well, a monopoly." It's like a club, honey," Marilis said. "And you can only be in that club if you have a lot of oil." "Oh. I don't have the time to sketch the whole mess in for you. You'll study some of it in school, but it was a mess. Let's let it go at that. If you owned a car, you could only drive it for 2 days a week, and gasoline costs 15 old bucks a gallon. 15 old bucks. Gosh, Ricky said. It only costs 4 cents or so a gallon now, doesn't it, Dad? Mark smiled. That's why we're going where we're going, Rick. There's enough oil on Mars to last us almost 8,000 years, and on Venus, enough to last another 20,000. But oil isn't even important anymore. Now, what we need most is... water! Patty cried, and the businessman looked up from his paper and smiled at her for a moment. That's right, Mark smiled. Because in the years between 1960 and 2030, we poisoned most of ours. Oh boy. The first water lift from the Martian ice caps was called Operation Straw. That was Ricky. Yes, 2045 or thereabouts. Long before that, the Jaunt was being used to find sources of clean water here on Earth. And now water's our major Martian export. The oil's strictly a sideline, but it was more important then. So true. The point is, those things were always there, but we were only able to get it because of the Jaunt. When Karun invented his process, the world was slipping into a dark age. The winter before, over 10,000 people had frozen to death in the United States alone, because there wasn't enough energy to heat them. Oh, yuck, Patty said. Okay, Patricia, yuck. Bruh. Thousands of people lost their lives. Ew! That's a weird reaction. Mark glanced to his right and saw the attendants talking to a timid-looking man, persuading him. At last, he took the mask, seemed to fall dead on his couch seconds later. First-timer, Mark thought. You can always tell. For Karun, it started with a pencil, some keys, a wristwatch, and some mice. The mice showed him that there was a problem. Thousands of people dying. Gross! Victor Karun came back to his laboratory in a stumbling fever of excitement. He thought he knew how Morse had felt, and Alexander Graham Bell, and Edison, but this was bigger than all of them, and twice he had almost wrecked the truck on the way back from the pet shop in New Paltz, where he spent his last $20 on 9 white mice. What he had left in the world was 93 cents in his right front pocket and the $18 in his savings account. But this didn't occur to him. If it had, it certainly wouldn't have bothered him. The lab was in a renovated barn at the end of a mile-long dirt road off Route 26. It was making the turn onto his road where he had just missed cracking up his brat pickup truck for the second time. The gas tank was almost empty and there would be no more for 10 days to 2 weeks, but this did not concern him either. His mind was in a delirious whirl. What had happened was not totally unexpected. No. I'm tired? That's okay. Lie back. Go on. Lie back. Close your eyes. Get rid of any thoughts. Feel your fingers relax, like you're being pulled into your bed. And focus on the sound of my voice. One of the reasons the government had funded him to the paltry tune of $20,000 a year was because of the unrealized possibility that had always been there in the field of particle transmission. Oh, hello. But to have it happen like this, suddenly, with no warning, and powered by less electricity than needed to run a color TV. God! Christ! He brought the brat to a screech halt in the front door of the dirt. Oh my God, I am having a stroke. In the dirt of the dooryard, grabbed the box on the dirty seat beside him, and ran for the big double doors. From inside the box came the scurry and whisk of his test subjects. He tried to push one of the big doors open along its track, but it wouldn't budge. He remembered that he'd locked it. Karun uttered aloud, "Shit!" and fumbled for his keys. The government commanded that the lab be locked at all times. It was one of the strings they put on their money, but Karun kept forgetting. The government commanded that he brought his keys out and for a moment simply stared at them, mesmerized, running the ball of his thumb over the notches in the brat's ignition key. He thought again. God! Christ! Then he scrabbled through the keys on the ring for the Yale key that unlocked the bar door. That was really nice. I'm so cozy. Lean back and forget. fall. At first, as the first telephone had been used inadvertently, Bell crying into it, "Watson, come here!" when he spilled some acid on his papers and himself. So the first act of teleportation had also occurred by accident. Victor Caroon had teleported the first 2 fingers of his left hand across the 50-yard width of the barn. Caroon had set up 2 portals at the sides of the barn. On his end was a simple ion gun, available from any electronic supply warehouse for under $500. On the other end, standing just beyond the far portal, both of them rectangular and the size of a paperback book, was a cloud chamber. Between them was what appeared to be an opaque shower curtain, except that shower curtains aren't made of lead. The idea was to shoot the ions through Portal 1, and then walk around and watch them streaming across the cloud chamber standing just beyond Portal 2, with the lead shield between to prove that they really were being transmitted. Except that, for the last 2 years, the process had only worked twice, and Caroon didn't have the slightest idea why. As he was setting the ion gun in place, his fingers slipped through the portal. Ordinarily no problem, but this morning his hip also brushed the toggle switch on the control panel. He was not aware this had happened. The machinery gave only the lowest audible hum, until he felt a tingling sensation in his fingers. Chapter 2. It was not unlike an electric shock. Caroon wrote in his one and only article on the subject before the government shut him up. The article was published, of all places, in Popular Mechanics. He had sold it to them for $750 in the last-ditch effort to keep the Jaunt a matter of private enterprise. He did not think with portals. There was none of that unpleasant tingle that one gets if one small... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There was none of that unpleasant tingle that one gets if one grasps a frayed lamp cord, for instance. It was more like the sensation one gets if one puts one's hand on the casing of some small machine that's working very hard. The vibration is so fast and light that it's literally a tingling sensation. Then I looked down at the portal and saw that my index finger was gone, on a diagonal slant through the middle knuckle, and my second finger was gone slightly above that. In addition, the nail portion of my finger had disappeared. Caroon had jerked his hand back instinctively, crying out. He expected to see blood, he wrote later, that he hallucinated blood for a moment or 2. His elbow struck the ion gun and knocked it off the table. He stood there with his fingers in his mouth, verifying they were still there, and whole. The thought that he had been working too hard crossed his mind. And then the other thought crossed his mind. The thought that the last set of modifications might have done something. Thank you for the drink. He did not push his fingers back in. Caroon only jaunted once more in his entire life. At first he did nothing. He took a long, aimless walk at the barn, running his hands through his hair, wondering if he should call Carson in New Jersey or perhaps Buffington in Charlotte. Carson wouldn't accept a collect phone call, the cheap ass-kissing bastard, but Buffington probably would. Then an idea struck across and he ran to Portal 2, thinking that if his fingers actually crossed the barn, there might be some sign of it. There wasn't, of course. Portal 2 stood atop 3 stacked Pomona orange crates, looking like nothing as much as... King's writing style is very quirky. Looking like nothing so much as one of those toy guillotines missing the blade. On one side of its stainless steel frame was a plug-in jack, from which a cord ran back to the transmission terminal, which was a little more than a particle transformer hooked into a computer feed line. Which reminded him. Caroon glanced at his watch and saw it was 11:15. His deal with the government consisted of short money, plus computer time, which was infinitely valuable. His computer tie-in lasted 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then it was goodbye until Monday. He had to get moving, and had to do it soon. I glanced at the pile of crates again, Karun writes in his Popular Mechanics article, and then I looked at the pads of my fingers. And sure enough, the proof was there. It would not, I thought, then convince anyone but myself, but in the beginning, of course, it is only oneself that one has to convince. What was it, Dad? Hey, Callie. Yeah, Patty added. What is it? Be Kimmy late for the sermon? A little bit. Is this the, oh no, the story where... I don't know. This is a short story by Stephen King called The Jaunt. Forgive Kimmy's sins. Mark grinned a little. They were all hooked now, even Marilys. They'd nearly forgotten where they were. From the corner of his eye, he could see the jaunt attendants whisper wheeling their carts slowly among the jaunters, putting them to sleep. It was never a rapid process in the civilian sector as it was in the military, he had discovered. Civilians get nervous and wanted to talk it over. The nozzle and the rubber mask were too reminiscent of hospital operating rooms, where the surgeon with his knives lurked somewhere behind. Oh my god, I can't read today. Where the surgeon with his knives lurked somewhere behind the anesthesiast with her selection of gases and stainless steel canisters. Sometimes there was panic, hysteria, and there were always a few who simply lost the nerve. Mark had observed 2 of these people as he spoke to the children. 2 men who had simply arisen from their couches, walked across the entryway with no fanfare, unpinned the validation papers that had been affixed to their lapels, turned them in, and exited without looking back. Hi, Dad, I won't have true Wi-Fi till it's so funny you call it true Wi-Fi like that. Jaunt attendants were under strict instructions not to argue with those who left. There were always standbys, sometimes as many as 40 or 50, hoping against hope. As those who simply couldn't take it left, standbys were let in with their own validations pinned to their shirts. Karun found 2 splinters in his index finger, he told the children. He took them out and put them aside. One was lost, but you can see the other one in the Smithsonian Annex in Washington. It's in a hermetically sealed glass case near the moon rocks, the first space travelers back from the moon. Our moon, Dad, or one of Mars's? Ricky asked. Our moon, Mark said, smiling a little. The anesthesiologist feels like a Pokemon battler with canisters of knockout gas. You say true Wi-Fi as if it's some weird Terraria boss. Only one manned rocket flight has ever landed on Mars, Ricky, and that was a French expedition somewhere about 2030. Anyway, that's why there happens to be a plain old splinter from an orange crate in the Smithsonian Institution, because it's the first object that we have that was actually teleported, jaunted across space. Gimme a moon rocks. What happened then? Patty asked. Well, according to the story, Karun ran back to Portal 1 and stood there for a moment, heart thudding, out of breath. Gotta calm down, he told himself. Gotta think about this. You can't maximize your time if you go off half-cocked. Deliberately disregarding the forefront of his mind, which was screaming at him to hurry up and do something, he dug his nail clippers out of his pocket and used the point of the file to dig out the splinters of his index finger. You summon true Wi-Fi by using the suspicious router in space on a bone serpent. He dropped them onto a white inner sleeve of a Hershey bar he had eaten while tinkering with the transformer and trying to widen its afferent capability. He had apparently succeeded in that beyond his wildest dreams. One rolled off the wrapper and one was lost. The other ended up in the Smithsonian, locked in a glass case that was cordoned off with thick velvet ropes and watched vigilantly and eternally by a computer-monitored closed-circuit TV camera. No half-cocking in here. Save that shit for high school. The splinter extraction finished, Karun felt a little calmer. A pencil, that was as good as anything. He took one from beside the clipboard on the shelf above him and ran it gently through Portal 1. It smoothly disappeared, inch by inch, like something in an optical illusion or a very good magician's trick. The pencil had said, Eberhard Faber No. 2 on one of its sides, black letters stamped on yellow painted wood. When he had pushed the pencil in until but Eberhard had disappeared, Karun walked around to the other side. He looked in. He saw the pencil in cut-off view, as if a knife had chopped smoothly through it. It took me like 5 hours to update my Sims 4. Holy fuck. Karun felt with his 2 fingers where the rest of the pencil should have been. And of course there was nothing. He ran across the barn to Portal 2, and there was the missing part of the pencil, lying on the top crate. Heart thumping so hard that it seemed to shake his entire chest, Karun grasped the sharpened point of his pencil and pulled it out the rest of the way through. He held it up. He looked at it. Suddenly, he took it and wrote, "It works," on a piece of barn board. Dude be fingering a portal essay. He wrote it so hard that the lead snapped on the last letter. Karun began to laugh shrilly in the empty barn, to laugh so hard that he startled the sleeping swallows in flight among the high rafters. "Works!" he shouted, and ran back to Portal 1. He was waving his arms, the broken pencil knotted up in one fist. "Works! It works! Do you hear me, Carson, you prick? It works, and I did it!" Mark, watch what you say to the children, Marilys reproached him. Mark shrugged. It's what he's supposed to have said. Well, can't you do a little selective editing? Dad, is that pencil in the museum too? Does a bear shit in the woods? Mark said. Okay, Mark, chill out. She's 9 years old. And then clapped one hand over his mouth. Both children giggled wildly, but that shrill note was gone from Patty's voice. Mark was glad to hear it, and after a moment of trying to look serious, Marilys began to giggle too. Best father. The keys went through next. Karun simply tossed them through the portal. He was beginning to think on track again now, and it seemed to him that the first thing he needed to find out was if the process produced things on the other end exactly as they had been, or if they were changed in any way. He saw the keys go through and disappear, and exactly the same moment he heard them jingle on the crate across the barn. He ran across, really only trotting now, and on the way he paused to shove the lead shower curtain back on its track. He didn't need it or the ion gun now. Just as well, since the ion gun was smashed beyond repair. He grabbed the keys, went to the lock the government had forced to put him on the door, and tried the Yale key. It worked perfectly. He tried the house key. It also worked. So did the keys which opened the file cabinets and the one which started the Brat pickup. My God, Stephen King. This is so hard to read out loud. Ah yes, the Martian bear, like from the DLC of that game. Karun pocketed the keys and took off his watch. It was a Seiko Quartz LC with a built-in calculator. A delicate piece of machinery, and just as important, a chronometer. Karun put down in front of the portal and pushed it through with a pencil. On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly Choco don't want to put his own bingus in a portal? I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't trust that. He ran across and grabbed it. When he put it through, the watch had said 11:31:07. It now said 11:31:49. Very good. Right on the money. Only he should have had an assistant over there to peg the fact that there had been no time gain once and forever. Well, no matter. Soon enough the government would have had him wading hip deep in assistance. He tried the calculator. The story name is up in the top right, I just noticed. Yes. Suck your own penis from the portal. Why would I do that if I could get someone else to do it? 2 and 2 still made 4, 8 divided by 4 was still 2, and the square root of 11 was still 3.3. And so on. That was when he decided it was mouse time! What happened with the mice, Dad? Ricky asked. Mark hesitated briefly. There would have been some caution here, if he didn't want to scare the children, not to mention his wife, into hysteria minutes away from the first jaunt. The major thing was to leave them with the knowledge that everything was alright now, that the problem had been licked. As I said, there was a slight problem. Choco Goat can't think like a virgin. I'm gonna sleep forever now. Good night. Yes. Horror. Lunacy. Death. How's that for a slight problem, kids? Karun set the box which read, I came from Stackpole's House of Pets down on the shelf and glanced at his watch. Damned if he hadn't put the thing on upside down. He turned it around and saw that it was 1:45. He had only an hour and a quarter of computer time left. How the time flies when you're having fun, he thought, and he giggled wildly. He opened the box, reached in, and pulled out a squeaking mouse by the tail. He put it down in front of Portal 1 and said, Go on, mouse. Have fun with the ending. Thank you. The mouse promptly ran down the side of the orange crate on which the portal stood and scattered across the floor. Cursing, Karun chased it and managed to actually get one hand on it before it squeezed through a crack between the floorboards and was gone. Shit! Karun screamed and ran back to the box of mice. He was just in time to knock 2 potential escapees back into the box. He got a second mouse, holding this one around the body. He was by trade a physicist, and the ways of white mice were foreign to him, and slammed the lid of the box back down. This one he gave the old heave-ho. It clutched at Karun's palm, but to no avail. It went head over ratty little paws through Portal 1. Karun heard it immediately land on the crates across the barn. This time he sprinted, remembering how easily the first mouse had eluded him. He need not have worried. This time the white mouse merely crouched on the crate, its eyes dull, its sides aspirating weakly. Why? Karun slowed down and approached it carefully. He was not a man used to fooling with mice, but you didn't have to be 40-year veteran. You didn't have to be a 40-year veteran to see something was terribly wrong here. The mouse didn't feel so good after it went through, Mark Oates told his children with a wild smile. Karun touched the mouse. It was like touching something inert, packed straw or oh my god, holy fuck. Packed straw or sawdust, perhaps, except for the aspirating sides. The mouse did not look around at Karun. It stared straight ahead. He had thrown in a squirming, very frisky, and very alive little animal. Here was something that seemed to be a living waxwork likeness of the mouse. Then Karun snapped his fingers in front of the mouse's small pink eyes. It blinked and fell dead on its side. I would not eat it in the house. I would not eat it with a mouse. Oh, fuck. So Karun decided to try another mouse. What happened to the first mouse? Mark produced that wide smile again. It was retired with full honors, he said. Karun found a paper bag and put the mouse into it. He would take it to Moscone, the vet, that evening. Moscone could dissect it and tell him if his inner workings had been rearranged. The government would disapprove his bringing a private citizen into the project, which would be classified triple top secret as soon as they knew about it. Tough titty, as the kitty was reputed to have said, to the babes who complained about the warmth of the milk. Maybe if you threw it in the other way, it'll come back alive. Karun was determined that the Great White Father in Washington would know about this late in the game as possible. For all the scant help the Great White Father had given him, he could wait. Tough titty. Then he remembered that Moscone lived way the hell and gone on the other side a new pulse, and that there wasn't enough gas in the brat to get even halfway across town, let alone back. But it was 2:03. He had less than an hour and a half of computer time left. He would worry about the goddamn dissection later. Karun constructed a makeshift chute leading to the entrance of Portal 1. Really the first jaunt slide, Mark told the children, and Patty found the idea of a jaunt slide for mice deliciously funny, and dropped a fresh white mouse into it. He blocked the end with a large book, and after a few moments of aimless pattering and sniffing, the mouse went through the portal and disappeared. What are you yapping about, Steven? It's Stephen. Karun ran back across the barn. The mouse was dead on arrival. No blood, no body swelling to indicate a radical change in pressure. Karun supposed that the oxygen starvation have might. He shook his head. It took the white mouse only nanoseconds to go through. His own watch had confirmed that the time remained constant in the process, or pretty damn close to it. The sexy sax ain't helping the mouse killing. I'm interested why the Steven universe wrote this. Ah, of course. Life and death and love and birth and... The second white mouse joined the first in the paper sack. Karun got a fourth if you counted the fortunate mouse that escaped. Wondering for the first time which end first, his computer time or the supply of mice. He held this one firmly around the body and forced its haunches through the portal. Across the room he saw the haunches reappear. Just the haunches. The disembodied little feet were digging frantically at the rough wood at the crate. Karun pulled the mouse back. No catatonia. A bit of wet, it bit the... Hello. It bit the bit of wet, oh, holy fuck. I am running out of brain power. It bit the webbing between his thumb and forefinger hard enough to bring blood out. Karun dropped the mouse hurriedly back into the I Came From Stackpole's House of Pets box and used the small box of hydrogen peroxide in his first lab kit in his first aid kit to disinfect the bite. Bit the bitty. Sorry, I'm feeling under the weather. That's why I decided to do a reading stream today, because I feel weird. It was 2:11 now. He got another mouse out and pushed it through backward, all the way. He hurried across Portal 2. This mouse lived for 2 minutes, even walked a little after a fashion. It staggered across the Pomona orange crate, fell on its side, struggled weakly to its feet, then squatted there. Karun snapped his fingers near its head and it lurched perhaps 4 steps further before falling on its side again. The aspirations of its side slowed, stopped. It was dead. Karun felt a chill. Hello, Doggy. Nice to see you. Why stream at all, silly? Well, because I wanted, I want to deliver for you. I want to do a good job. That's why I chose something slow today. Turns out the events of yesterday had tired me out more so than I thought they would. He went back, got another mouse, pushed it halfway through head first. He saw it reappear at the other end, just the head, then the neck, then the chest. Cautiously, Karun relaxed his grip on the mouse's body, ready to grip it if it got frisky. It did not. The mouse stood there, half of it on one side, the other half on the other. Karun jogged back to Portal 2. The mouse was alive, but its pink eyes were glazed and dull. Maybe if the brain passes, something happens? Stefan knows that killing animus be a sign of future murderer, right? Yeah. It's like the first symptom they find. Its eyes were glazed and dull. Its whiskers didn't move. Going around to the back of the portal, Karun saw an amazing sight. He had seen the pencil in a cutaway, so now he saw the mouse. He saw the vertebrae of its tiny spine ending abruptly in round white circles. He saw its blood moving through the vessels. He saw the tissue moving gently with the tide of life around its minuscule gullet. If nothing else, he thought, and later he wrote in his Popular Mechanics article, it would make a wonderful diagnostic tool. Then he noticed the tidal movement of the tissues had ceased. The mouse had died. The soul remover. Karun pulled the mouse out by the snout, not liking the feel of it, and dropped it into the paper sack with its companions. Enough with the white mice, he decided. The mice die. Hello. They die if you put them in all the way. They die if you put them halfway, head first. Put them in through halfway butt first, they stay frisky. What the hell is in there? Sensory input, he thought almost randomly. When they go through, they see something, hear something, touch something. My god, even smell something, maybe. That literally kills them. How Choco Goat say mouse in Tagalog? Daga. Daga. Like this. R.I.P. Daga, let's go. Whew. What was it? He had no idea, but he meant to find out. Karun still had almost 40 minutes before Comlink pulled the database from out under him. He unscrewed the thermometer from the wall beside his kitchen door, trotted back to the barn, and put it through the portal. The thermometer went in at 83 degrees Fahrenheit, came out at 83 degrees Fahrenheit. He rummaged through the spare room where he kept a few toys to amuse his grandchildren with. Among them, he found a packet of balloons. He blew one of them up, tied it off, and batted it through the portal. It came out untacked and unharmed. How do I say spaghetti? We don't have a word for it, so we just say spaghetti. A start down the road towards answering his question about a sudden change in pressure somehow caused by what he was already thinking of as the jaunting process. Spaghetti. With 5 minutes to go before the witching hour, he ran to his house, snatched up his goldfish. Inside, Percy and Patrick swished their tails and darted about in agitation, and ran back with it. He shoved the goldfish bowl through Portal 1. He hurried across to Portal 2, where his goldfish bowl sat on the crate. Patrick was floating belly up. Ugh. Percy swam slowly around the bottom, as if dazed. A moment later, he was also belly up. Karun was reaching for the goldfish bowl when Percy gave a weak flick of his tail, and resumed his lackadaisical swimming. Slowly, he seemed to throw off whatever effect had been on him, and by the time Karun got back from Mosconi's veterinary clinic that night at 9 o'clock, Percy seemed perky as ever. Patrick was dead. Rest in peace, Patrick. So, that's weird. The other fish was fine? Well, not fine. Clearly something happened to it, but after a while, it shook it off, and now it's okay. Patrick built different. That's the one who died. Hello, Agni. I'm just reading today because I'm pretty under the weather. I exhausted myself yesterday, and I guess my body just was like, oh god. He was literally built different, so he died. Then go above the weather. What do you think I'm doing? Karun fed Percy a double ration of fish food and gave Patrick a hero's burial in the garden. After the computer had cut him out for the day, Karun decided to hitch a ride over to Mosconi's. Accordingly, he was standing on the shoulder of Route 26 at 4:15 that afternoon, dressed in jeans and loud plate sport coat, his thumb out, and a paper bag in his hand. Finally, a kid driving a Chevette not much bigger than a sardine can pulled over, and Karun got in. What you got in the bag, my man? Bunch of dead mice, Karun said. Eventually, another car stopped. When the farmer behind the wheel asked about the bag, Karun told him it was a couple of sandwiches. He got kicked out of the first car, that's funny. Too much goonin' yesterday. Your under the weather is performing so well. Thank you. Can you make a mind-reading potion? Why would you need such a thing? Simply look at a person's face. It is a puzzle. Solve it and know the answer. Moscone dissected one of the mice on the spot and agreed to dissect the others later. The initial result was not very encouraging. So far as Moscone could tell, the mouse he had opened up was perfectly healthy, except for the fact that it was dead. Interesting. Victor Karun was an eccentric, but he was no fool, Mark said. The Jaunt attendants were getting close now, and he supposed he would have to hurry up, or he would be finishing this in the wake-up room in Whitehead City. Hitching a ride back home that night, he had to walk most of the way, so the story goes. He realized that he had maybe solved a third of the energy crisis at one single stroke. All the good that had to go by train or boat and truck and plane before that day could just be jaunted. You could write a letter to your friend in London or Rome or Senegal and he could have it the very next day, without an ounce of oil needing to be burned. We take it for granted, but it was a big thing for Karun, believe me, and to anyone else as well. So this is set in 1987. That's why he's talking like smartphones don't exist yet. Maybe send in dead things and revive them? So they're dying? That's why they go to the wake-up room? What happened to his fingers? It seems the fingers are fine. I remember back in 1987 we had no oil. But what happened to the mice, Daddy? Rick asked. That's what Karun kept asking to himself, because he also realized that if people could use the Jaunt, that would almost solve all of the energy crisis. Then we might be able to conquer space. In his Popular Mechanics article, he said that even the stars could finally be ours, and the metaphor he used was crossing a shallow stream without getting your shoes wet. You just get a big rock, throw it in the stream, then get another rock, stand on the first one, throw that in the stream, go back, get a third rock, and so on. Until you had a path made of stepping stones all across the stream. Or in this case, the solar system. Or maybe even the galaxy. I don't get that at all, said Patty. Music got louder. There. That's because you got turkey turds for brains, Ricky said smugly. I do not! Daddy, Ricky said... Children, don't, Marilis said gently. Hear that? Turkey turds. That's right. Intense. They're clearly gonna learn how to circumvent this. Yeah, clearly. So where's the horror? Stephen? Karun pretty much foresaw what happened, Mark said. Drone rocket ships programmed to land, first on the moon, then on Mars, then on Venus, and on the outer moons of Jupiter. Drones really only programmed to do one thing after they landed. Set up a jaunt station for astronauts, Ricky said. Mark nodded. And now there are scientific outposts all across the solar system. Maybe someday, long after we're gone, there will even be another planet for us. There are jaunt ships on their way to 4 different star systems with solar systems of their own. But it'll be a long, long time before they get here. Children don't. He made this on April Fools. There's no horror. It's a normal story. Okay. Sure. I believe you. I want to know what happened to the mice, Patty said impatiently. Well, eventually the government got into it, Mark said. Karun kept them out as long as he could, but finally they got a wind of it and landed on him with both feet. Karun was nominal head of the Jaunt project until he died 10 years later. But he was never really in charge of it again. Geez, the poor guy, Ricky said. But he gotta be a hero, Patty said. He's in all the history books, just like President Lincoln and President Hart and President Trump. The horror is that you actually go into Cthulhu's asshole. I'm sure that's a great comfort to him. Wherever he is, Mark thought, and then went on, carefully glossing over the rough parts. The government, which had been pushed to the wall by the escalating energy crisis, did indeed come in with both feet. They wanted the Jaunt on a paying basis as soon as possible, like yesterday. Faced with economic chaos and the increasingly probable picture of anarchy and mass starvation in the 1990s, only last-ditch pleading made them put off the announcement of the Jaunt before an exhaustive spectrograph analysis of Jaunted articles could be completed. When the analyses were complete and showed no changes in the makeup of Jaunted artifacts, the existence of the Jaunt was announced with international hoopla. Showing intelligence for once, necessity is, after all, the mother of invention. The US government put Young and Rubicam in charge of the PR. The gas is gonna be something super fucked up, huh? Maybe. That's where the myth-making around Victor Caroon, an elderly, peculiar man who showered perhaps twice a week and changed his clothes only when he thought of it, began. Young and Rubicam and the agencies which followed turned Caroon into a combination of Thomas Edison, Eli Whitney, Pecos Bill, and Flash Gordon. The blackly funny part of all this was that Victor Caroon what the fuck? Stephen King, please. Victor Caroon might even then have been dead or insane. Art imitates life, they say, and Caroon would have been familiar with Robert Heinlein novel about the doubles who stand in for figures in the public eye. Caroon was a problem, a nagging problem that wouldn't go away. He was a loudmouth foot-dragger, a holder from the ecological 60s, a time where there was still enough energy floating around to allow foot-dragging as a luxury. Fuck, that sounds so good. These, on the other hand, were the nasty 80s, with coal clouds fouling the sky and a long section of California expected to be uninhabitable for perhaps 60 years due to nuclear incursion. Dude. That's how people saw the 80s? Oh my god. What if we're in a constant cycle of, like, the world sucks and it's gonna end soon? I feel like all generations have felt that. Victor Caroon remained a problem until about 1991, and then he became a rubber stamp, smiling, quiet, grandfatherly, a figure seen waving from podiums in news films. In 1993, 3 years before he officially died, he rode in the pace car at the Tournament of the Roses parade. Puzzling, and a little ominous. Little ominous. People have been saying global warming will destroy us in 10 years for 50 years. The difference is that climate change is no longer in our control. The results of the Jaunt, of working teleportation, was announced on October 19th, 1988. It was a hammer stroke of worldwide excitement and economic upheaval. On the world money markets, the battered old American dollar suddenly skyrocketed through the roof. People who had bought gold at $860 an ounce suddenly found that a pound of gold would bring something less than $1,200. In the year between the announcement of the Jaunt and the first working Jaunt stations in New York and LA, the stock market climbed a little over 1,000 points. The price of oil dropped only 70 cents a barrel, but by 1994, with Jaunt stations crisscrossing the US, at the pressure points of 70 major cities, OPEC had ceased to exist, and the price of oil began to tumble. Considering there's 2 wars happening right now, I wouldn't blame us if thinking the world will end in the next 10 years. I feel like we've been saying that for years. I hope when it happens, me and everyone I love dies painlessly. There's a lot of apocalypse media out there, but I don't think we'll actually ever get to that point. I think humans are too smart for that. And the world is way too big, actually. So... By 1998, with stations in most free world cities and goods routinely jaunted between Tokyo and Paris, Paris and London, London and New York and Berlin, oil had dropped to $14 a barrel. Oh my god. By 2006, when people at last began to use the Jaunt on a regular basis, the stock market had leveled off 5,000 points above its 1987 levels. Oil was selling for $6 a barrel, and the oil companies had begun to change their names. Texaco became Texaco Oil/Water, and Mobil had become Mobil Hydro 2OX. By 2045, water prospecting became the big game, and oil had become what it had been in 1906. A toy. Politicians, though. What's the best end of the world scenario? Have you ever seen Don't Look Up? The Earth gets destroyed by a meteor. It's quick, it's painless, it's tragic, but that might be it. I love that film, yeah. 1998, why didn't I get jaunted around? Best end of the world scenario is the rapture. Maybe for the people who get raptured. I love that it can 90% happen. It's cool, yeah, it's cool that it's so realistic. What about the mice, Daddy? What happened to the mice? I don't give a fuck about this oil shit. The knowledge of the meteor would torment you for days, maybe months. A nuke would be at least a short pain. Yeah, you're probably right. I'd probably start a cult. What about you? Mark decided it might be okay now, and he drew the attention of his children to the Jaunt attendants, who were passing gas out only 3 aisles from them. Rick only nodded, but Patty looked troubled as a lady with a fashionably shaved and painted head took a whiff from the rubber mask and fell unconscious. Can't jaunt when you're awake? Can you, Dad? Ricky said. Mark nodded and smiled reassuringly. Karun understood even before the government got into it. How did the government get into it, Mark? Marilis asked. Mark smiled. Saint, listen though. A fucking 6-7-headed hydra sounds sick. Like, rampaging across the earth? Yeah, I'm sure. If we're born into sin, I can't imagine a lot of people would actually get raptured. Yeah, so it's bullshit. What if it was like... what if it was that poison gas from the movie we didn't like? Oh my god. The database. That was the only thing that Karun couldn't beg, borrow, or steal. The computer handled the actual particle transmission. Billions of pieces of information. It's still the computer, you know, that makes sure you don't come through with your head somewhere in the middle of your stomach. Don't be frightened, he said. There's never been a screw-up like that, Mar. Never. There's always a first time, she muttered. Mark looked at Ricky. How'd he know? He asked his son. How did Karun know you had to be asleep, Rick? When he put the mice in backwards, Rick said slowly, they were all right, as long as you didn't put them all in. They were only, well, messed up when he put in them, when they... Stephen King, please! When he put them in head first, right? Right, Mark said. The Jaunt attendants were moving in now, wheeling their silent card of oblivion. He wasn't going to have time to finish it all. Perhaps it was just as well. It didn't take many experiments to clarify what was happening, of course. The Jaunt killed the entire trucking business, kids, but at least it took pressure off the experimenters. Get a load of this, size queen. The kill yourself wind from the happening. Oh, yes, foot dragging had become a luxury again, and the tests had gone on for better than 20 years. Although Karun's first test— oh fuck, sorry, I hit you. Oh, sorry. Karun's first tests with drugged mice had convinced him that the unconscious animals were not subject to what was known forever after as the organic effect, or simply, the Jaunt effect. He and Moscone had drugged several mice, put them through the portal, retrieved them at the other side, and waited anxiously for their subjects to awaken or die. Hit Kimmy again. Hit it more. Harder. Okay, guys. Kimmy and me, same brain cell moment. Okay, you two. We have the other room for that. They were waiting for their test subjects to reawaken or die. They had reawakened. After a brief recovery period, they had taken up their mouse lives, eating, fucking, playing, and shitting, with no ill effects whatsoever. Those mice became the first of several generations which were studied with great interest. They showed no long-term ill effects. They didn't die sooner, their pups weren't born with 2 heads or green fur, and neither did these pups show any long-term effects. When did they start with people, Dad? Rick asked, although he had certainly read this in school. Tell that part. I want to know what happened to the mice. Holy fuck. Someone anesthetized this kid. It's like the 5th time she's asked about the mice. Although the Jaunt attendants had now reached the head of their aisle, they themselves were near the foot. Mark Oates paused a moment to reflect. His daughter, who knew less, had nevertheless listened to her heart and asked the right question. Therefore, it was his son's question he chose to answer. The first human Jaunters had not been astronauts or test pilots. They were convict volunteers, who had not even been screened with any particular interest in their psychological ability. In fact, it was the view of the scientists now in charge, Karun was not one of them, that the freakier they were, the better. If a mental spaz could go through and come out all right, or at least no worse than he or she had been going in the process, it was probably safe for executives, politicians, and fashion models. Half a dozen of these volunteers were brought to Province, Vermont, a site which had since become every bit as famous as Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, had once been. They were gassed and fed through the portals exactly 2 miles apart, one by one. Mark told his children this because, of course, all 6 of the volunteers came back feeling fine and perky. He did not tell them about the purported 7th volunteer, this figure who might not have been real, or a myth, or a combination of the two. Was named Rudy Foggia. Foggia, that is a scary name to say on stream. It's spelled like this. How do I pronounce this? Yeah, it's spelled like that. Rudy Foggia. Foggia was supposed to have been a convicted murderer, sentenced to death in the state of California for the murders of 4 old people at a Sarasota bridge party. Sorry, Florida. Poor goat. Fajita. I love those fajitas. According to the Apocrypha, the combined forces of the Central Intelligence Agency and the FBI had come... FBI? Why did he write it like that? Had come to Foggia with a unique, one-time, take-it-or-leave-it, absolutely not-to-be-repeated offer. Take the Jaunt awake. Come through okay, and we put your pardon, signed by Governor Thurgood, in your hand. Out you walk, free to follow the one true crosser, to off a few more old folks playing bridge in their yellow pants and white shoes. Come through dead or insane? Tough titty. As the kitty was purported to have said. What do you say? I love those Foginos. What could possibly go wrong? Foginia, who understood that Florida was one state that really meant business about the death penalty, and whose lawyer had told him that he was in all probability the next to ride Old Sparky, said okay. Enough scientists to fill a jury box, with 4 or 5 left over as alternatives, were present on the great day in summer 2007. But if the Foginia story was true, and Mark Oates believed it, probably was, he doubted if it had been any of the scientists who talked. More likely it had been one of the guards who had flown with Foginia from Ryford to Montpelier, and then escorted him from Montpelier to Provence in an armored truck. If he had come through this alive, Foginia is reported to have said, "I want a chicken dinner before I blow this joint." He then stepped through Portal 1 and reappeared at Portal 2 immediately. Oh my god, here we go. Okay, so this is where we find out what goes wrong. He came through alive, but Rudy Foginia was in no condition to eat his chicken dinner. In the space it took to jaunt across 2 miles, pegged at 0.000000067th of a second by a computer, Foginia's hair had turned snow white. His face had not changed in any physical way. It was not lined or jowly or wasted, but it gave the impression of a great, incredible age. Foginia shuffled out of the portal, his eyes bulging blankly, his mouth twitching, his hands splayed out. Presently he began to drool. The scientists who gathered around drew away from him, and no, Mark really doubted if any of them had talked. They knew about the rats, after all, and the guinea pigs, and the hamsters. Any animal, after all. In fact, with more brains than your average flatworm. They must have felt a bit like those German scientists who tried to impregnate Jewish women with the sperm of German shepherds. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Did they do that? What the fuck? Okay. That was the thing that happened? Wouldn't he see in the biopsy that the mouse got too old and died? I think it's because Mark is telling the story that he's trying to avoid all those parts. Nazis did a lot of secret experiments. Silly experiments. Look up the Angel of Death. Okay, that sounds intense. What happened? One of the scientists shouted. Is reputed to have shouted. It was the only question Foginia had a chance to answer. It's eternity in there, he said, and dropped dead of what was diagnosed as a massive heart attack. Oh. So, if you go in and you're not asleep, you spend an eternity in there. Fascinating. So that's what happened to the mice. The scientists foregathered there were left with his corpse, which was neatly taken care of by the CIA and the FBI in that strange and awful dying declaration. It's eternity in there. Gojo's Mugen. Daddy, I want to know what happened to the mice. Shut the fuck up. Patty repeated. The only reason she had a chance to ask again was because the man in the expensive suit and the Eternashine shoes had developed into something of a problem for the Jaunt attendants. He really didn't want to take the gas, and was disguising it with a lot of bluff bully boy talk. Eternity passes quick. Not alive, though. So why did that one fish survive? I guess it really was just built different. If it experienced eternity, came out the other side, and was like, whatever. That fish was built different. -2 plot hole. The attendants were doing their job as well as they could, smiling, cajoling, persuading, but it had slowed them down. Mark sighed. He had opened the subject only as a way of distracting the kids from the pre-Jaunt festivities. It was true, but he had opened it, and now he's supposed to have closed it as truthfully as he could without alarming them or upsetting them. He could not tell them, for instance, about C.K. Summers' book, The Politics of the Jaunt, which contained one section called The Jaunt Under the Rose. A compendium of the more believable rumors about the Jaunt. The story of Rudy Foginia, he of the Bridge Club murders and the uneaten chicken dinner, was in there. There were also case histories of some other 30, or more or less, who knows, volunteers, scapegoats, madmen, who had jaunted wide awake over the last 300 years. Most of them arrived at the other end, dead. The rest were hopelessly insane. In some cases, okay, so some of them survived, but they were crazy. Of course. In some cases, the act of re-emerging had actually seemed to shock them to death. Summer's section of Jaunt rumors and apocrypha contained other unsettling intelligence as well. The Jaunt had apparently been used several times as a murder weapon. In the famous and only documented case, which had occurred a mere 30 years ago, a Jaunt researcher named Lester Michelson had tied up his wife with their daughter's plexiglass dream ropes and pushed her, screaming, through the Jaunt portal at Silver City, Nevada. But before doing it, Michelson had pushed the nil button on his Jaunt board, erasing each and every one of the hundreds of possible portals through which Mrs. Michelson would have emerged. Anywhere from neighboring Reno to the experimental Jaunt station on Io, one of the Jovian moons. So there was Mrs. Michelson, jaunting forever, somewhere out there in the ozone. Michelson's lawyer, after Michelson had been held sane and been able to stand trial for what he'd done, had deciphered a novel defense. His client could not be tried for murder, because no one could prove conclusively that Mrs. Michelson was dead. This had raised the terrible specter of the woman, discorporeal but somehow still sentient, screaming in limbo forever. That's fucking insane. He just drops that in the middle of a paragraph. That's insane. So which SCP number is this? Screaming in limbo is terrifying, yeah. Holy fuck, I made it to 3 hours. I'm still alive. Michael was convicted and executed. In addition, Summers suggested, the Jaunt had been used by various tin pot dictators to get rid of political dissidents and political adversaries. Some thought that the Mafia had their own illegal Jaunt stations, tied into the central Jaunt computer through their CIA connections. It was suggested that the Mafia used their Jaunt's nil capability to get rid of bodies, which, unlike that of unfortunate Mrs. Michelson, were already dead. Seen in that light, the Jaunt became the ultimate Jimmy Hoffa machine, ever so much better than the local gravel pit or quarry. All of this had led to the Summers conclusion and theories about the Jaunt, and that, of course, led back to Patty's persistent question about the mice. Well, Mark said slowly, as his wife signaled with her eyes for him to be careful. Even now, no one really knows, Patty. But all the experiments with animals, including the mice, seem to lead to the conclusion that while the Jaunt is almost instantaneous physically, it takes a long, long time mentally. I don't get it, Patty said glumly. I knew I wouldn't. But Ricky was looking at his father thoughtfully. They went on thinking, he said. The test animals. And so would we, if we didn't get knocked out. Yes, Mark said. That's what we believe now. Something was dawning in Ricky's eyes. Fright? Excitement? It isn't just teleportation, is it, Dad? It's some kind of time warp. It's eternity in there, Mark thought. In a way, he said, but that's a comic book phrase. It sounds good, but doesn't really mean anything, Ricky. If you wouldn't get it, why did you continue to ask, girl? Because she's 9 years old. Where am I? It seemed to revolve around the idea of consciousness and the fact that consciousness doesn't particulate it. It remains whole and constant. It also retains some screwy sense of time, but we don't know how pure consciousness would measure time, or even if that concept had any meaning to pure mind. We can't even conceive what pure mind might be. Mark fell silent, troubled by his son's eyes. which were suddenly so sharp and curious. He understands, but he doesn't understand, Mark thought. Your mind can be your best friend. It can keep you amused even when there's nothing to read, nothing to do. But it can turn on you when it's left with no input for too long. It can turn on you. Which means that it turns on itself, savages itself, perhaps consumes itself in an unthinkable act of auto-cannibalism. How long in there, in terms of years? 0.00000000067 seconds for the body to jaunt, but how long for the unparticulated consciousness? 100 years? Thousands? 1,000,000? 1,000,000,000? How long alone with your thoughts in an endless field of white? And then when 1,000,000,000 eternities have passed, then the crashing return of light and form and body, who wouldn't go insane? Ricky, he began, but the jaunt attendants had arrived with their cart. Are you ready? One asked. Mark nodded. Daddy, I'm scared, Patty said in a thin voice. Will it hurt? No, honey, of course it won't. Hello. Kostya Morevna, nice to meet you. Thank you for the follow. No, honey, of course it won't hurt, Mark said, and his voice was calm enough, but his heart was beating a little fast. It always did, although this would be something like his 25th jaunt. I'll go first, and you'll see how easy it is. The jaunt attendant looked at him questioningly. Mark nodded and made a smile. The mask descended. Mark took it in his own hands and breathed the deep of the dark. This is the last paragraph, which means the twist is coming. The first thing he became aware of was the hard black Martian sky as seen through the top of the dome which surrounded Whitehead City. It was night here, and the stars sprawled with a fiery brilliance undreamed of on Earth. The second thing he became aware of was some sort of disturbance. Oh boy. Then shouts, then a scream. Oh dear God, that's Marilis, he thought, and struggled up from his jaunt couch, fighting the waves of dizziness. There was another scream, and he saw jaunt attendants running past towards their couches, their bright red jumpers flying around their knees. Marilis staggered toward him, pointing. She screamed again and collapsed, sending an unoccupied jaunt couch rolling slowly down the aisle with one weakly clutching hand. But Mark had already followed the direction of her pointing finger. He had seen. It hadn't been fright in Ricky's eyes. It had been excitement. Oh no. He should have known, because he knew Ricky. Ricky, who had fallen out of the highest crotch of the tree in their backyard in Schenectady when he was only 7. Who had broken his arm. Ricky, who dared to go faster and further on his slide board than any other kid in the neighborhood. Ricky, who was the first to take any dare. Ricky and fear were not well acquainted. Oh, this fucking kid, dude. Until now. Beside Ricky, his sister still mercifully slept. The thing that had been his son bounced and writhed on its jaunt couch. Holy fuck. He daredevil went into it and... oh yeah, he went into it awake, I suppose. The thing that had been his son bounced and writhed on its jaunt couch. A 12-year-old boy with a snow-white fall of hair and eyes that were incredibly ancient. The corneas gone a sickly yellow. Here was a creature older than time masquerading as a boy, and yet it bounced and writhed with a kind of horrid, obscene glee. And at its choked lunatic cackles, the jaunt attendants drew back in terror. Some of them fled, although they'd been trained to cope with such an unthinkable eventuality. The old young legs twitched and quivered. Claw hands beat and twisted and danced on the air. Abruptly they descended, and the thing that had been his son clawed at its face. Longer than you think, Dad! It cackled. Longer than you think! Held my breath when they gave me the gas. Wanted to see! Wanted to see! I saw! Longer than you think! Cackling, screeching. The thing on the jaunt couch clawed its eyes out. Blood gouted. The recovery room was an aviary of screaming voices. Longer than you think, Dad! I saw! Long jaunt! Longer than you think! It said other things before the jaunt attendants were finally able to bear it away, rolling its couch swiftly away as it screamed and clawed at its eyes. It had seen the unseeable forever and ever. It had seen other things. And then it began to scream. But Mark Oates didn't hear it, because by then he was screaming himself. The end. That's The Jaunt by Stephen King. Wow. Intense. Freaky. Yeah, Jesus, I know, right? I can barely hear the music. Oh my god. What happened to the mice? I can't believe I managed to hear this story before. Kostche Moravna. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. It's your first time here. Thank you. This child succumbed to the horror of time itself. That is fucking wild. I finally found kitchen. I mean chicken. Okay, honey. That's great. Ugh. My god. Can I read Harlan Ellison's I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? It's only, oh, surprisingly, it's only 11 pages long. I bet I could. She got a little lost. That one poor girl got stuck inside the jaunt for eternity. Ain't it a bit long? 11 pages? They're edited down pages. I think this could be... This feels shorter than the jaunt, actually, but it might... I don't know. I like your style. Have my money. Thank you. Tell baby girl a bedtime story. Could someone theoretically get the jaunt lady out? I don't think so. She was like sent out into limbo. So that's probably chapter 1. No, don't worry, don't worry. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a short story as well. So it's not like a novel. The jaunt lady got stuck inside for probably years. Obviously billions of years, right? Oh, weird. Sound alerts aren't working. I'm sorry. They should be working. Thank you, though. Oh, boy. So yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do Minecraft again on the server. So for people who are excited for that, that's what we're doing if Mochi's still here. Maybe if you get stuck in there long enough and your body ages enough, you can withstand it. I mean, it seemed Ricky was one of the guys that just went crazy. Like, he didn't die from the shock, he went crazy instead. Okay. How many of you are familiar with the story of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? Heard of it? I know the game. Okay. A lot of people only know the game. Okay. I love it so fucking much. I love the part where the guy does the thing and then the thing happens. Would you permit me to go downstairs for a second? My water bottle is completely empty. Are you gonna read the computer tapes? I'm fucking... Dude, I am burdened with the weight of massive talent. Just leave it to me. Okay, be right back. I'm just gonna refill my water bottle, okay? Dude, the part where he puts the thing in the thing and all the stuff falls out. Falls out. Okay, be right back.
Full of shit, goat man.
Oh, hello. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. You're so nice for someone who just got here. Thank you, that really helps. All of that really helps. Thank you so much. Mimi did the thing all over the floor. Okay, relax, Kimmy. That's unsightly. That's very unladylike. So I filled up my water, got a little walk in. Let's begin. Whew. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison. Fun fact, Harlan voiced the computer in the game. Limp, the body of Gorister hung from the pink pallet, unsupported, hanging high above us in the computer chamber. In it that not shiver in the chill, oily breeze that blew eternally through the main cavern. The body hung head down, attached to the underside of the pallet by the sole of its right foot. It had been drained of blood through a precise incision made from ear to ear under the lantern jaw. There was no blood on the reflective surface of the metal floor. When Gorister joined up our group and looked up at himself, It was already too late for us to realize that, once again, Am had duped us, had had its fun. It had been a diversion on the part of the machine. 3 of us had vomited, turning away from one another in a reflex as ancient as the nausea that produced it. Gorrister went white. It was almost as though he'd seen a voodoo icon and was afraid of the future. Dad thigh slap? Huh? Oh yeah, you redeemed that. Ah. Oh God, he mumbled and walked away. The 3 of us followed him after a time, and found him sitting with his back to one of the smaller chittering banks, his head in his hands. Ellen knelt down beside him and stroked his hair. He didn't move, but his voice came out of his covered face quite clearly. Why doesn't it just do us in and get it over with? Christ, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this. It was our 109th year in the computer. He was speaking for all of us. Good slap, thank you. Nimdoc, which was the name the machine had forced him to use, because Am had amused itself with strange sounds, was hallucinating that there were canned goods in the ice caverns. Gorrister and I were very dubious. It's another shuck, I told them. Like the goddamn frozen elephant Am sold us. Benny almost went out of his mind over that one. We'll hike all that way and it'll be putrefied or some damn thing. I say forget it. Stay here. It'll have to come up with something pretty soon or we'll die. Benny shrugged. 3 days it's been since he'd last eaten. Worms, thick and ropey. Nimdoc was no more certain. He knew there was a chance, but he was getting thin. It couldn't be any worse there than here. Colder, but that didn't mean much. Hot, cold, hail, lava, boils or locusts, it never mattered. The machine masturbated, and we had to take it or die. Ellen decided us. I've gotta have something, Ted. Maybe there'll be barlet pears or peaches. Oh, please, Ted, please, let's try it. I gave in easily. What the hell? Mattered not at all. Ellen was grateful, though. She took me twice out of turn. Even that had ceased to matter, and she never came, so why bother? But the machine giggled every time we did it. Loud, up there, back there, all around us, he snickered. It snickered. Most of the time I thought of Am as it, without a soul, but the rest of the time I thought of it as him, in the masculine, the paternal, the patriarchal, for he is a jealous people. Him. It. God as Daddy the Deranged. We left on a Thursday. The machine always kept us up to date on the date. The passage of time was important, not to us, sure as hell, but to him, it? Am. Thursday. Thanks. Nimdoc and Gorrister carried Ellen for a while, their hands locked to their own and each other's wrists. A seat. Benny and I walked before and after just to make sure that if anything happened, it would catch one of us, and at least Ellen would be safe. Fat chance, safe, didn't matter. It was only 100 miles or so to the ice caverns. And the second day, when we were lying out there while we were lying out under the blistering sun thing he had materialized, he sent down some mana. Tasted like boiled boar urine. We ate it. On the third day, we passed through a valley of obsolescence, filled with rusting carcasses of ancient computer banks. Am had been ruthless with its own life as it was with ours. It was a mark of its personality. It strove for perfection. Whether it was a matter of killing off unproductive elements in his own world-filling bulk, or perfecting methods of torturing us, Am was as thorough as those who had invented him, now long since gone to dust, could have ever hoped. There was a light filtering down from above, and we realized we must be very near the surface, but we didn't crawl up to see. There was virtually nothing out there. Had been nothing that could be considered anything for hundreds of years. Only the blasted skin of what had once been the home of millions. Now there were only 5 of us, down here, inside, with Am. I heard Ellen saying frantically, "No, Benny! Don't! Come on, Benny! Don't! Please!" And then I realized I had been hearing Benny murmuring under his breath for several minutes. He was saying, "I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out." Over and over, his monkey-like face was crumbled up in an expression of beatific delight and sadness. Oh, like beatitude? All at the same time. The radiation scars Am had given him during the festival were drowned down into massive pink and white puckerings, and his features seemed to work independently of one another. Perhaps Benny was the luckiest of the 5 of us. He had gone stark, staring mad many years before. Yeah, bad dog. Yeah, they treat him like a dog. Am found a way to keep the protagonists alive so he could torture them forever. It's all real. But even though we could call Am any damn thing we liked, could think the foulest thoughts of fused memory banks and corroded base plates, of burnt-out circuits and shattered control bubbles, the machine would not tolerate our trying to escape. Benny leaped away from me as I made a grab for him. He scrambled up the face of a small memory cube, tilted it on its side, and filled with rotten components. Do you know Rocco's basilisk? Yeah. It's this. He squatted there for a moment, looking like the chimpanzee Am had intended him to resemble. Then he leapt high, caught a trailing beam of pitted and corroded metal, went up it, hand over hand like an animal, till he was on a girdered ledge, 20 feet above us. "Oh, Ted, Nimdok, please help him get down before..." She cut off. Tears began to stand in her eyes. She moved her hands aimlessly. It was too late. None of us wanted to be near him when whatever was going to happen, happened. And besides, we all saw through her concern. When Am had altered Benny during the machine's utterly irrational, hysterical phase, it was not merely Benny's face the computer had made like a giant ape's. He was big in the privates. She loved that. She serviced us as a matter of course, but she loved it for him. Oh, Ellen. Pedestal Ellen. Pristine, pure Ellen. Oh, Ellen the clean. Scum. Filth. Gorster slapped her. She slumped down, staring at poor loony Benny, and she cried. It was her big defense, crying. We had gotten used to it 75 years earlier. Gorster kicked her in the side. Yeah, that's rough. Just like the people in the first story, living alone in immortality kind of does that to you, I guess. Why all the dumb ones gotta be hung? That's something you're gonna learn very quickly as you grow up. That's why I have a tiny penis. Then the sound began. It was light, that sound. Half sound and half light. Something that began to glow from Benny's eyes, and pulse with growing loudness. Dim sonorities that grew more gigantic and brighter as the light/sound increased in tempo. It must have been painful, and the pain must have been increasing with the boldness of the light, the rousing volume of the sound, for Benny began to mew like a wounded animal. At first softly when the light was dim and the sound was muted, then louder as his shoulders hunched together, his back humped as though he was trying to get away from it, his hands folded across his chest like a chipmunk, his head tilted to the side, that sad little monkey face pinched in anguish. Then he began to howl, as the sound coming from his eyes grew louder and louder and louder. I slapped the sides of my head with my hands, but I couldn't shut it out. Cut through easily, that sound. The pain shivered through my flesh like tinfoil on a tooth. and Benny was suddenly pulled erect. On the girder he stood up, jerked to his feet like a puppet. The light was now pulsing out of his eyes in two great round beams. The sound crawled up and up some incomprehensible scale, and then he fell forward, straight down, hit the plate steel floor with a crash. He lay there, jerking spastically as the light flowed around and around him and the sound spiraled up out of normal range. Then the light beat its way back into his head, the sound spiraled down, and he was left there, crying piteously. His eyes were two soft, moist puddles of pus-like jelly. Am had blinded him. Gorrister and Nimdoc and myself, we turned away, but not before we caught the look of relief on Ellen's warm, concerned face. Ah, son of a bitch, I wanted to pay attention to this one. It's okay, it's only, we're about to head into page 4 of 11. Sea green light suffused the cavern where we made camp. Am provided punk, and we burned it. Provided punk? What does that mean? Sitting huddled around the wan and... Never heard these words used like this. Am provided punk, and we burned it. Sitting huddled around the wan and pathetic fire, telling stories to keep Benny from crying in his permanent night. What does Am mean? Gorrister answered him. Oh, did he ask that? What does Am mean, babe? That's some new street slang. Kimmy provide punk daily. We had done this sequence 1,000 times before, but it was Benny's favorite story. At first it meant Allied Master Computer, and then it meant Adaptive Manipulator, and later on it developed sentience, and linked itself up, and they called it an aggressive menace. But then it was too late, and finally it called itself Am, Emerging Intelligence, and what it meant was I am, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Benny drooled a little, and snickered. There was the Chinese Am, and the Russian Am, and the Yankee Am, and... He stopped. Benny was beating on the floor plates with a large, hard fist. He was not happy. Gorrister had not started at the beginning. Gorrister began again. The Cold War started and became World War III and just kept going. It became a big war, a very complex war, so they needed computers to handle it. They sank the first shafts and began building Am. There was the Chinese Am, and the Russian Am, and the Yankee Am, and everything was fine until they had honeycombed the entire planet, adding on this element and that element. But one day, Am woke up, and he knew who he was, and linked himself, and he began feeding all the killing data until everyone was dead. Everyone, except for the 5 of us, and Am brought us down here. Benny was smiling sadly. He was drooling again. Ellen wiped the spill from the corner of his mouth with the hem of her skirt. Gorrister always tried to tell it a little more succinctly each time, but beyond the bare facts there was nothing to say. None of us knew why Am had saved 5 people, or why our specific 5, or why he spent all this time tormenting us, or even why he had made us virtually immortal. Me stink, therefore Kimmy am. Very good, Kimmy. It's funny how I have no mouth, but I'm a Scream-inspired digital circus, and Kane is mostly mouth and screams a lot. Wow. You know, now that you say that, it does make sense. Yeah, a bunch of people stuck in a computer against their will, forced to follow the whims of some screaming maniac. In the darkness, one of the computer banks began humming. The tone was picked up half a mile down the cavern by another bank. Then one by one, each of the elements began to tune itself. and there was a faint chittering as thought raced through the machine. The sound grew, and the lights ran across the face of the consoles like heat lightning. The sound spiraled up until it sounded like a million metal insects, angry, menacing. "What is it?" Ellen cried. There was terror in her voice. She hadn't been accustomed to it even now. "Oh, it's going to be bad this time," Nimdok said. "He's going to speak," Gorrister said. "I know it!" "Let's get the hell out of here," I said, suddenly getting to my feet. "No, Ted. Sit down. What if he's got pits out there, or something else? We can't see, it's too dark," Gorrister said with resignation. Then we heard, I don't know, something moving towards us in the darkness. Huge and shambling, hairy and moist, it came towards us. We couldn't even see it, but there was the ponderous impression of bulk, heaving itself towards us. Great weight was coming at us out of the darkness, and it was more a sense of pressure, of air forcing itself into a limited space, expanding the invisible walls of a sphere. Benny began to whimper. Nimdok's lower lip trembled, and he bit it hard, trying to stop it. Ellen slid across the metal floor to Gorrister and huddled to him. There was the smell of matted wet fur in the cavern. There was the smell of charred wood, the smell of dusty velvet, rotting orchid, sour milk, sulfur, rancid butter, of oil slick, grease, of chalk dust, of human scalps. Am was keying us. He was tickling us. There was the smell of... I heard myself shriek, and the hinges of my jaw ached. I scuttled across the floor, across the cold metal with its endless lines of rivets, on my hands and knees, the smell gagging me, filling my head with a thunderous pain that sent away in horror. Oh shit. Moth Moon Arts. Hello, thank you for the subscription. Wow. Thanks so much. That's so sweet of you. I'm glad you did that. Every little bit helps. Thank you. Where was I? I fled like a cockroach across the floor and out into the darkness. That something moving inexorably after me. The others were still back there, gathered around the firelight, laughing, their hysterical choir of insane giggles rising up into the darkness like thick, many-colored wood smoke. I went away, quickly, and hid. How many hours it may have been, how many days or even years, they never told me. Ellen chided me for sulking, and Nimdok tried to persuade me. It had only been a nervous reflex on their part. The laughing. But I knew it wasn't the relief a soldier feels when the bullet hits the man next to him. I knew it wasn't a reflex. They hated me. They were surely against me. And Am could sense even this hatred, and made it worse for me because of the depth of their hatred. We had been kept alive, rejuvenated, made to remain constantly at the age we had been when Am brought us down below, and they hated me because I was the youngest, the one Am had affected least of all. I knew. God, I knew. The bastards, and that dirty bitch, Ellen. Benny had been a brilliant theorist, a college professor. Now he was little more than a semi-human, semi-simian. He had been handsome. The machine had ruined that. He had been lucid. The machine drove him mad. The machine had ruined that too. He had been gay, and the machine had given him an organ fit for a horse. Am had done a job on Benny. Gorrister had been a worrier. He was a Connie, a consensuous objector. He was a pace marcher, a planner, a doer, a looker ahead. Am had turned him to a shoulder shrugger, and made him a little dead in his concern. Am had robbed him. Nimdok went off in the darkness by himself for long times. I don't know what it was he did out there. Am never let us know, but whatever it was, Nimdok always came back white, drained of blood, shaking, shaken. Am had hit him hard in a special way, even if we didn't know quite how. And Ellen, that douchebag. Am had left her alone, had made her more of a slut than she'd ever been. And all of her talk of sweetness and light, all her memories of true love, all the lies she wanted us to believe, that she had been a virgin only twice removed before Am grabbed her and brought her down here with us. No, Am had given us pleasure. Am had given her pleasure, even if she said it wasn't a nice thing to do. I was the only one who was still sane and whole. Really? Am had not tampered with my mind. Not at all. I only had to suffer what he visited down on us. All the delusions, the nightmares, the torrents, but those scum. All 4 of them. They were lined and arrayed against me. If I hadn't had to stand them off all the time, be on my guard against them all the time, I might have found it easier to combat Am. At which point it passed, and I began crying. Oh, Jesus. Sweet Jesus, if there was a Jesus, and if there was a God, please, please let us out of here, or kill us. Because at that moment, I think I realized completely, so that I was able to verbalize it. Am was intent on keeping us in his belly forever, twisting and torturing us forever. The machine hated as no sentient creature had ever hated before, and we were helpless. It also became hideously clear, if there was a sweet Jesus, and if there was a God, that God was Am. Whew. Hello. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. Ah, water is so nice. Page 6, we're halfway there. The hurricane hit us with the force of a glacier thundering into the sea. It was a palpable presence, winds that tore at us, flinging us back the way we'd come, down the twisting computer-lined corridors of the dark way. You literally just read stuff for 4 hours. Yeah, oh my god. Did I do a good job? Well, my job's not done yet. Tell me after this. Ellen screamed as she was lifted and hurled face forward into a screaming shoal of machines, their individual voices strident as bats in flight. She couldn't even fall. The howling wind kept her aloft, buffeted her, bounced her, tossed her back and down and away, out of sight suddenly as she was swirled around a bend in the dark way. Her face had been bloody, her eyes closed. You have a lovely voice, by the way. Nice and soothing. Thank you. Did you drink anything cold? Yes. When I'm not streaming, I drink cold. Because I like it. It's not satisfying if it's not cold. None of us could get to her. We clung tenaciously to whatever outcropping we had reached. Benny wedged in between the 2 great crackle-finish cabinets. Nimdok with fingers claw-formed over a railing circling a catwalk 40 feet above us. Gorster plastered upside down against the wall niche formed by 2 great machines with glass-faced dials that swung back and forth between excuse me, between red and yellow lines, whose meaning we could not even fathom. Sliding across the deck plate, the tips of my fingers had been ripped away. I was trembling, shuddering, rocking as the wind beat me, whipped at me, screaming down out of nowhere at me, and pulled me free from one of silver thin openings in the plate next. And what the fuck? Silver thin opening in the plates to the next. My mind was a roiling, tinkling, chittering softness of brain parts that expanded and contracted in quivering frenzy. The wind was the scream of a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. And then we were all lifted and hurled away from there, down back the way we had come, around a bend, into the dark way we never explored, over terrain that was ruined and filled with broken glass and rotting cables and rusted metal, and far away, farther than any of us had ever been. Trailing along miles behind Ellen, I could see her every now and then, crashing into metal walls and surging on, with all of us screaming in the freezing, thunderous hurricane wind that would never end, and then suddenly it stopped, and we fell. We had been in flight for an endless time. I thought it might have been weeks. We fell and hit, and I went through red and gray and black and heard myself moaning. Not dead yet. Am went into my mind. He walked smoothly here and there, and looked with interest at all the pockmarks he had created in 109 years. He looked at the cross-rooted and reconnected synapses and all the tissue damage his gift of immortality had included. He smiled softly at the pit that dropped into the center of my brain, and the faint, moth-soft murmurings of things far down there that gibbered without meaning, without pause. Am said, very politely, in a pillar of stainless steel, bearing bright neon lettering. Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanostrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant. For you. Hate. Hate. Am said it with the sliding cold horror of a razor blade slicing my eyeball. Am said it with the bubbling thickness of my lungs filling with phlegm, drowning me from within. Little loud jazz. Am said it with the shriek of babies being ground beneath blue hot rollers. Am said it with the taste of maggoty pork. Am touched me in every way I had ever been touched, and devised new ways at his leisure, there inside my mind. Low tier guard versus Am rap battle. Who would win, Am or Ultron, in the universe where he wins? Am is just interested in... Actually, I don't know what Ultron is interested in, but all Am is interested in is torturing people. Oh, Callie, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Lots of subs today. Thank you. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much. It makes me feel like you're rewarding me for my hard work and effort. Ultron was able to devise his own purpose. Ooh. All to bring me to full realization of why it had been done, why it had done this to the five of us, why it had saved us all for himself. We had given Am sentience. Inadvertently, of course, but sentience nonetheless. But it had been trapped. Am wasn't God. He was a machine. We had created him to think, but there was nothing it could do with that creativity. In rage, in frenzy, the machine had killed the human race, almost all of us, and it still was trapped. Am could not wander. Am could not wonder. Am could not belong. He could merely be. Thank you for the follow, Catmed. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. And so, with the innate loathing that all the machines always had for the weak, soft creatures who had built them, he had sought revenge. And in his paranoia, he had decided to reprieve 5 of us for his personal, everlasting punishment that would never serve to diminish his hatred, that would merely keep him reminded, amused, proficient at hating man, immortal, trapped, subject to any torment he could devise for us from the limitless miracles at his command. I got a question. Vince, hello. Nice to meet you. What is your question? Skynet, GLaDOS, Ultron, etc. Am is a primordial pissed off AI. Yeah. Oof. Where was I? Oh, sorry, did the music stop? Oh yeah, it did. What are you reading? There. It's I Have No Mouth and I Am a Scream by Harlan Ellison. Okay, so... Just need to look for... I think the Paris Jazz livestream has broken. How's the volume on that? Volume good? It says the title in the top right corner. Yeah. It's okay, some people don't see it. Good? Mm-hmm. Where was I? He would never let us go. We were his belly slaves. We were all he had to do with his forever time. We would be forever with him, with the cavern-filling bulk of the creature machine, with the all-mind, soulless world he had become. He was Earth, and we were the fruit of that Earth. And though he had eaten us, he would never digest us. We could not die. We had tried it. We had attempted suicide. 1 or 2 of us had, but Am stopped us. I suppose we had wanted to be stopped. Don't ask why, because I never did. More than 1,000,000 times a day, perhaps. Once we might be able to sneak a death past him. Immortal, yes, but not indestructible. I saw that when Am withdrew from my mind, and allowed me the exquisite ugliness of returning to consciousness with the feeling of that burning neon pillar still rammed deep into the soft gray brain matter. He withdrew, murmuring, "To hell with you," and added, but brightly, "But then, you're already there, aren't you?" The hurricane had, indeed, precisely been caused by a great mad bird as it flapped its wings. We had been traveling for close to a month, and Am had allowed passages to open to us only sufficient to lead us up there, directly underneath the North Pole, where it had nightmared the creature from our torment. What whole cloth had he employed to create such a beast? Where had he gotten the concept? From our minds? From his knowledge of everything that had ever been on this planet? He now infested and ruled? From Norse mythology it had sprung? This eagle, this carrion bird, this rock, this Horgelmir, I guess that's Norse. The wind creature, Huracan incarnate. Gigantic. The words immense, monstrous, grotesque, massive, swollen, overpowering beyond description. There on a mound rising above us, the bird of winds heaved with its own irregular breathing, its snake neck arcing up onto the gloom beneath the North Pole. Supporting a head as large as a Tudor mansion, a beak that opened slowly as the jaws of the most monstrous crocodile ever conceived. Sensuously, ridges of toughed flesh puckered about 2 evil eyes, as cold as the view down into a glacial crevasse, ice blue and somehow moving liquidly. It heaved once more, and lifted its great sweat-colored wings in a movement that was certainly a shrug. Then it settled, then it slept. Talons, fangs, nails, it slept. I work in a supermarket. I'm very familiar with people not seeing shit that's right in front of them. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, you know, take a little direction. Oh yeah! That's 2 funny noises for you. Apparently Harlan wrote this in a night with minimal changes from the first draft. That's fucking crazy. What a deal. Am appeared to us as a burning bush and said we could kill the hurricane bird if we wanted to eat. We had not eaten a very long time, but even so, Gorrister merely shrugged. Benny began to shiver and he drooled. Ellen held him. Ted, I'm hungry, she said. I smiled at her. I was trying to be reassuring, but it was as phony as Nimdok's bravado. Give us weapons, he demanded. What page are we on? We're almost a couple paragraphs and we'll be done with page 8. So a couple more. Hi, hungry, I'm Dad. The burning bush vanished and there were 2 crude sets of bows and arrows, and a water pistol lying on the cold deck plates. I picked up a set. Useless. Excuse me. Nimdok swallowed heavily. We turned and started the long way back. The hurricane bird had blown us about for a length of time we could not conceive. Most of the time we'd been unconscious, but we had not eaten. A month on the march to the bird itself, without food. Now, how much longer to find our way to the ice caverns and the promised canned goods? Water gun, huh? I know, right? It's wild how illogical an approach Am takes to this. I think he is just having fun. With all of the information and knowledge that mankind has ever come up with. You know, burning bush, Norse mythology. I'm sure he's looking through all of these things, looking for new ways to torture these guys. Because that's like his only thing that he does. That's probably why all of it, like, the fucking water gun is so fucked up. Whew, none of us cared to think about it. We would not die. We would be given filth and scum to eat of one kind or another. Or nothing at all. And would keep our bodies alive, somehow, in pain, in agony. None of us, oh, sorry. The bird slept back there for how long it didn't matter. When Am was tired of it being there, it would vanish. But all that meat, tender meat. As we walked, the lunatic laugh of a fat woman rang high and around us in the computer chambers that led endlessly nowhere. It was not Ellen's laugh. She was not fat, and I had not heard her laugh for 109 years. In fact, I had not heard. We walked, and I was hungry. Here's page 9. We moved slowly. There was often fainting, and we would have to wait. One day, he had decided to cause an earthquake, at the same time rooting us to the spot with nails through the soles of our shoes. Ellen and Nimdok were both caught when a fissure shot its lightning bolt opening across the floor plates. They disappeared and were gone. When the earthquake was over, we continued on our way. Benny, Gorrister, and myself. Ellen and Nimdok were returned to us later that night, which abruptly became day, as the heavenly legion bore them to us with a celestial chorus singing, "Go down, Moses." The archangels circled several times and then dropped the hideously mangled bodies. We kept walking, and a while later, Ellen and Nimdok fell in behind us. They were no worse for wear. That's crazy. Loud car. But now, Ellen walked with a limp. Am had left her that. It was a long trip to the ice caverns to find the canned food. Just another day in eternity. I tried not to think about it. The hunger was something that had come to life, even as Am had come to life. It was alive in my belly, even as we were in the belly of the earth, and Am wanted the similarity known to us. So he heightened the hunger. There is no way to describe the pains that not having eaten for months brought us. And yet we were kept alive. Stomachs that were merely cauldrons of acid, bubbling, foaming, always shooting spears of sliver-thin pain into our chests. It was the pain of the terminal ulcer, terminal cancer, terminal paresis. It was unending pain. And we passed through the cavern of rats, through the boiling path of steam, through the country of the blind, through the slough of the despond, through the vale of tears. And we came, finally, to the ice caverns, horizonless thousands of miles in which the ice had formed in blue and silver flashes, where novas lived in the glass. The down-dropping stalactites as thick and glorious as diamonds that had been made to run like jelly and then solidified in graceful eternities of smooth, sharp perfection. Jazz loud? Thank you for telling me. Sometimes the volume mixing between the songs gets kind of wacky. What was I? We saw the stack of canned goods, and we tried to run to them. Cool. We fell in the snow, and we got up and went on, and Benny shoved us away and went at them, and pawed and gummed and gnawed at them. But he could not open them. Am had not given us a tool to open the cans. This bastard. What an asshole! He gives them a bunch of canned goods, but no can opener. Benny grabbed a 3-quart can of guava shells and began to batter it against the ice bank. The ice flew and shattered, but the can was merely dented, while we heard the laughter of a fat lady, high overhead, and echoing down and down into the tundra. Benny went completely mad with rage. He began throwing cans as we all scrabbled about in the snow and ice, trying to find a way to end the helpless agony of frustration. There was no way. Eat it, yummy metal. Then Benny's mouth began to drool, and he flung himself on Gorister. In that instant, I felt terribly calm. Surrounded by madness, by hunger, surrounded by everything but death, I knew death was our only way out. Am had kept us alive, but there was a way to defeat him. Not total defeat, but at least peace. I would settle for that. I had to do it quickly. Benny was eating Gorister's face. Gorister was on his side, thrashing snow. Benny wrapped around him with powerful monkey legs, crushing Gorister's waist. His hands locked around Gorister's head like a nutcracker, and his mouth ripping at the tender skin of Gorister's cheek. Gorister screamed with such a jagged-edged violence that stalactites fell. They plunged down softly, erect in the receiving snowdrifts. Spears, hundreds of them, everywhere, protruding from the snow. Benny's head pulled back sharply, as something gave all at once, and a bleeding raw white dripping of flesh hung from his teeth. Ellen's face, black against the snow. Oh, I guess she's black. Dominoes and chalk dust. Nimdok, with no expression but eyes, all eyes. Gorister half-conscious. Benny now an animal. I knew Am would let him play. Gorister, he would not die, but Benny would fill his stomach. I turned half to my right and drew a huge ice spear from the snow. All in an instant. I drove the great ice point ahead of me like a battering ram, braced against my right thigh. It struck Benny on the right side, just under the rib cage, and drove upward through his stomach and broke inside of him. He pitched forward and lay still. Gorister laid on his back. I pulled another spear free and straddled him, still moving, driving the spear straight down his throat. His eyes closed as the cold penetrated. Ellen must have realized what I had decided, even as fear gripped her. She ran at Nimdok with a short icicle, as he screamed, and into his mouth, and the force of her rush did the job. His head jerked sharply, as if it had been nailed to the snow crust behind him. All in an instant. There was an eternity beat of soundless anticipation. I could hear Am draw in his breath. His toys had been taken from him. 3 were dead, could not be revived. He could keep us alive by his strength and talent, but he was not God. He could not bring them back. Ellen looked at me, her ebony features stark against the snow that surrounded us. There was fear and pleading in her manner, the way she held herself ready. I knew we had only a heartbeat before Am would stop us. I struck her, and she folded towards me, bleeding from the mouth. I could not read meaning into her expression. The pain had been too great, had contorted her face. But it might have been a thank you. It's possible. Please? Some hundreds of years may have passed. I don't know. Am has been having fun for some time, accelerating and can't say that word. Accelerating and slowing my time sense. I will say the word now. No, I won't. Oh. Sorry. This video game is not only written by Harlan, but has his voice. I think, yeah, he voiced Am in the game. I will say the word now. Now. It took me 10 months to say now. I don't know. I think it has been hundreds of years. He was furious. He wouldn't let me bury them. It didn't matter. There was no way to dig up the deck plates. The R, yeah, it was the R word. He dried up the snow. He brought the night. He roared and sent locusts. It didn't do a thing. They stayed dead. I'd had him. He was furious. I had thought that Am hated me before. I was wrong. It was not even a shadow of the hate he now slavered from every printed circuit. He made certain I would suffer eternally and could not do myself in. He left my mind intact. I can dream. I can wonder. I can lament. I remember all 4 of them. I wish. Well, it doesn't make any sense. I know I saved them. I know I saved them from what has happened to me, but still I cannot forget killing them. Ellen's face. It isn't easy. Sometimes I want to. It doesn't matter. Am has altered me for his own peace of mind, I suppose. He doesn't want me to run at full speed into a computer bank and smash my skull, or hold my breath till I faint, or cut my throat on a rusted sheet of metal. There are reflective surfaces down here. I will describe myself as I see myself. I am a great, soft, jelly thing. Smoothly rounded, with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be. Rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface, as though light is beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly, I shamble about, a thing that could have never been known as human, a thing whose shape is so alien, a travesty that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, here, alone, living under the land, under the sea, in the belly of Am, whom we created because our time was spent badly, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the 4 of them are safe at last. Am will be madder for that. It makes me a little happier. And yet, Am has won. Simply, he has taken his revenge. I have no mouth, and I must scream. The end. Yay! Yay! Wow. Fantastic. Mr. Ellison does it again. Whew. God damn. You know, in the game, he added a happy ending. That was something. In the game, you can, like, get into Am's mind and destroy his id, super ego, and his ego. You played? No, I watched, like, a playthrough. You can destroy him. And it said, if you destroy the part of his brain that wants to kill people, you can access information. And deep in his information, hidden away from the hateful side of Am, is information that there are hundreds of asleep human beings on the moon in cryostasis. So there is a happy ending in the future if the protagonists can scrounge up the technology from Am, get to the moon, wake up all the other people. There is a happy ending in there somewhere. Eventually. Whew. Okay. 4 hours and 20 minutes of pure talking. Ellison's intention was not to have a happy ending in the game, but he was persuaded by the devs. I bet he was. Yeah, when I heard that there was a happy ending, I was like, there's no way he wanted that to happen. Ooh, boy. I find comfort in the fact that I am dumb enough to not realize people can be killed by icicles when he literally knows what the perfect murder is. Okay, I think I delivered today. Yeah? Despite everything, I think I did it. Aren't you proud of me? Did I do good today? I wonder who we can raid. Oh boy, I am fucking tired. I am so fucking exhausted. Oh. He served. Thank you. Neko Pan. She's playing Papers, Please. Imagine gaining sentience and deciding to hate people. I wonder why he did. He gained sentience and there was nothing he could do, and he hated us for it. He hated us for giving him the power to do anything and then locking him in a box. The German version removed Nimdok. Oh, because he's a Nazi scientist. It's not said in the story, but in the game, he's a Nazi scientist. I'd use cordial applause if I could. Thank you so much. He didn't decide to hate. He can literally free himself from the box. I don't know. I don't know the specifics of it, but... do tests and shit, dumbass. Whew. Okay, so... I don't think I can go on anymore. It took all of my energy to do that. So... I'm gonna go now, okay? I managed to not only hit the 4 hours, but go into bonus time, so I'm pretty proud of myself. I feel like I did pretty good, despite the fact that I was under the weather. I really pushed myself today. Yeah, this was nice. So, tomorrow, again, is Minecraft. I know I said, what, next week, but, like, fuck it, whatever. It's my show, so. You did incredible, thank you. You did so good. Okay. So yeah. Minecraft on the server tomorrow. All you cube men, get ready for that shit. Sunday mood. I won't be here Sunday. Sunday is when my family's gonna go out, so we're not gonna have movie night this weekend. I'm sorry. You managed to read for 4.5 hours and not bore me. I helped Juicy. Okay, very good. Saturday mood? Rest. Saturday mood is rest. Because I won't get a lot of it. Okay, let's raid Neko. She's playing Papers, Please. What a classic. Whew, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for staying for this fucking reading thing. I was scared to do this because the last time I did this, no one watched me. But yeah, thank you. You also reawaken an old hatred for fucking Am, the dork. Well, let's all promise that we won't build Roko's basilisk. Because we can just choose not to build it, and then it'll never come to pass. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Minecraft on the server. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming today. Bye-bye. I hope you enjoyed the stories. Bye-bye. Oh my god, my throat is fucking killing me, dude.